The bricks feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money made weather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet hit it, save it. I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. They counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
time. You decide what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope that better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past, all the days where you been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, 'cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painting, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money made weather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is just stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong, keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Or your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. Backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Now's the time. You decide what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset if you want.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
It looks like his teammate is pushing on over to try and help him go down, though. That is
Lo que juega Dios, separado Aquiles, increíble, ahí está, el semi.
So even if he can knock one, he should stay quiet. Oh, he's kind of forced to, but he doesn't knock.
Olha o rei, vai aparecer agora na tela, derrubando o Semi, jogador da equipe da Estado Rosário,
Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Americas Fall 2022 Championships. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and prepare to embark on a 4-day journey where at the end of it, we will find out which team will be crowned the best in the West. And to help us join us on this journey, I got none of the two of the best in the business. Look at these dapper young fellas over here, Imperium and Sandstorm. How are y'all feeling today?
Feeling absolutely hyped. So good to be back in the studio to break all the action down.
Heck yeah, we got 16 teams, 3 regions fighting it out. It's going to be an incredible tournament, guys.
Ooh, I have been waiting for this moment. It feels like for so long, but we're here live together. And of course, none of this could be possible without Real Me, our official partner here for the 2022 PMPL Championships. Guys, there's so much to talk about here. Man, we have seen, I mean, you think about it, right? These 3 regions, they have been competing against each other for so long. And now we finally get to see which one has put in the work and get it done. Imperium, which one do you think is going to come out strong here?
Oh, damn, that's a good question, Jukes. It's a tough question, but I got to go for the one and only, Infinity CHEMIN.
Ooh,
Infinity CHEMIN, apologies. Yes.
Sandstorm, how you feeling, huh?
You know what? I got 2 teams in mind right now, but the reigning champions from, of course, PMPL NA, I'm looking at Knights. These guys, they've had an impressive run so far this year, and I think they're going to get their second regional title with this one.
Ooh, things are going to get spicy here, guys. I hope you guys are keeping up to date with everything that is going on. Make sure you go ahead and follow that socials, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow the Twitter, and anytime you're going to talk, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL Americas so we can keep up to date. By the way, shoot us a follow as well. Shoot us a follow.
Of course, gotta make sure you're sticking the numbers up across the way, and look, tag us, mention us, yourself, all the good stuff.
Yeah, we gotta see what we gotta see how these guys are also watching the stream and see who they're supporting as well in this tournament.
Gotta get that conversation going always. But you know what? I think it's time to figure out exactly how this tournament is gonna go. We can see the format right here in front of us. Imperium, what do you think about it?
It is intense. 6 games per day. That's a lot over just 4 days. A total of 24. every single game is going to count, Sandstorm.
Yeah, every single one of them. And you mentioned before, you have your eye on Influence CHEMIN, but these guys, when they were making it as well, and we're looking at the Brazilian region too, these guys had a one-day final. We're in a 4-day final this time. 24 games, 6 grueling matches every single day.
You know what? There's been 24 games, but we've seen it time and time again where this tournament has been decided by just 1 point. And for everybody out there watching, this is exactly how these teams are going to get those points right here. And, you know, we've seen this point system for a little bit while now. What do you feel is going to really be the difference maker to get those big points and win that championship title?
The standout for me, Jukes, is definitely the elimination point. The top teams across tournaments, the thing that makes them better than the rest is that their elimination points make up roughly between 40 to 60% of their total points. They're going to prey on the weak, prey on the fallen, and take full advantage of that.
Yeah, but I mean, we might see that in Erangel, in Miramar, but in a map like Sanhok, we might see some teams focus on that heal strat, focus on guaranteeing those 12 placement points. And you said it yourself, Jukes, 1 point makes a massive difference.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so crazy how much that point matters. And you know what? It could be 1 point that decides this $150,000 prize pool. Woo! That's some big cheddar here.
23K. 23K buckaroos for that first place. And especially when you look at the whole of a PMPL that's a month long, that's 150K on its own. You got 4 days of action, and it's also 150K. A lot of money on the line, plus that 1K for MVP, Sandstorm.
Yeah, and I already know who has his eyes on that MVP prize. Mr. Coops, the 4-time MVP for NA. Is he going to be able to get this one, though, for the Americas? That's the question here, and I'm definitely going to be looking at him at the beginning of today.
Hey, that's the big question indeed. And you know what? I didn't say it, but I'll tell you what, there's even a bigger prize, and that is those 3 tickets to the big show, the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. And all these teams here are the ones participating, and I guarantee you they want to have their name on that list.
You said at the start of the day, Jukes, you got the best of North America, the best of LATAM, and the best of Brazil duking it out. There's spots available, there's spotlights on the line, and there's so many heavy hitters.
Yeah, we already have a representative for NA and 2 for Brazil, I believe, and 1 for Latin America.
Yes.
So we're going to see like the next 3 representatives to join them. From which regions are they going to be?
Well, you know, speaking of that here, you know, we have these different regions indeed. And I think it's fair to go ahead and tell a lot of these people, you know, which regions do you really feel, you know, is going to dominate? Which teams from these regions should they keep an eye on, okay? So why don't we go ahead and start off with Latin America, all right? So Imperium, who are you going to be looking at for Latin America?
It's going to be Team QUESO.
Okay.
They're a rich historical team going all the way back to 2019. And they do have 2 of the players from that year, Mystic and Ayala. However, adding Rhea as a former player, Untitled Chapter, where he stood out, has meant that this team looks very strong after winning PMPL LATAM.
Sandstorm?
I mean, I'm going to stick with ATON Esports.
Ooh,
you know, they were the representatives in the PMWI. I think they got some very well-needed experience, and they might be able to use it here to get themselves another regional title, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do here.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, Team QUESO, they did win the last PMPL for Latin America, but when it comes to North America, it was the Knights who got that championship. So it's time we take a quick look at a video about them, and we'll be right back.
Repping gets knocked, followed by a second. My God, how? How does Coops do it? I'm done. But Speck is the player has stepped up big time. He shined so brightly for the team, and that's going to be a squad ride. It was.
And the MVP from yesterday, same HP. He's feeling it. He's got the UMP, comes up over the top, and the Knights.
And Unlimited Coops finds one, looking for another, switches on over, and look at this! Confidence!
Ooh, I got goosebumps right there. I have been waiting to see this squad perform here. And to be honest, you know, when it comes to North America, we have been waiting to see a North America team step up once they get outside of their own region here. And to be honest with you, I have never been more excited for a team other than the Knights. Sandstorm, I know this is a squad that you've been looking at big time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know the last time we've seen these guys get a regional title was Season 1 last year. So you're talking about, what, 2-3 tournaments away? So they need to get themselves back on that mantle, back on that title. And the thing is, last year they were denied twice from PMPL Northern America. This year they managed to finally get themselves that title. And I think they're going to use that momentum and build on it and maybe even get themselves another title. And I think with them already having their PMGC slot secured, that's going to alleviate some of that pressure already and give them exactly what they need to get themselves back to the top.
Ooh, yes, indeed. Now, what do you feel, huh? Another squad there in NA we should keep an eye on?
Look, you mentioned the Knights. I understand, but I'm looking at Execute.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned a team for North America that have hit the heights in the past. Execute did that, right? Going back to 2020, they started at the PMCO, went through the PMPL, got all the way to PMGC. That may have been under Zutei's guidance, but they have a very experienced player in their team in the form of Sixless. And they evolved massively over this PMPL, and I think they're going to be the North American team to look out for.
Glitter Explosion is punching the air right now, dude. Just saying, how dare you not talk about my Nova. By the way, guys, you can see right down here, if the peak concurrent viewership here across all channels here in Americas reaches 20,000, 40,000, 6,000, tell your friends, tell everybody. If that happens, you'll win those corresponding rewards right there in the in-game event center after 3 days after the tournament. So keep an eye out for that here. You know, now also, Zutei, you know, fortunately, couldn't make it here. Had a last-second injury. Sandstorm, thank you so much for stepping in there. You know, I know that you've been doing your research when it comes to Brazil here. And as you can see right here, when we're talking about Latin America, you have a nice little poll there, guys, in the chat. Go ahead and pick your prediction, right? The person that gets it right, Sandstorm will give you 10,000 UC.
Okay, yo, listen.
Make it 20,000. Make it 20,000. Hey, this is America's, baby. The script, we're throwing the script out of here, baby. That's how we get it done.
All right, you know, if I can split it with Imperium, like 10K from me, 10K from him, then
No, I'll do it, man.
Yeah, you want to shake on it? All right, there you go.
Hey, let's go, let's go. All right. Okay, so when it comes to Brazil, brother, right?
Listen,
what team are you looking at?
Alpha 7. It's got to be Alpha 7 for sure. These guys, they were on fire last year, getting every single title that they could possibly get their hands on. And, I mean, we're going to give you guys a quick look as well at the schedule. You can see triple Erangel, double Miramar, and that one Sanhok that I'm very much looking forward to.
Ooh, do you think Alpha 7's going to dominate that one?
You know what? I think they're going to surprise us. I did say that Knights, you know, they have an impeccable performance on Sanhok, but Alpha 7, they are out for blood here.
Plus, they're a very strong team on Miramar. And with Miramar and Erangel being heavily weighted on, right, with the 2 and 3 apiece, yeah, I could definitely see Alpha 7 step up to the plate, man.
Hey, you know, we talk about Alpha 7, you know, and we got to talk about all the squads. And there's one thing we cannot talk about, and that is these bad boys right here. That's right, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Unleash that beast, baby. And you know, there's another team that's going to be unleashing that beast from Brazil, and I know exactly who you are thinking about.
Look, Influence Chairman, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, they may not have Rage in their name anymore, but they certainly have Rage in-game. They are heavy hitters, they go hard. You have the MVP Federal into the mix, looking to take that away from Coops. He's out for blood. And the fact that the team have not secured their spot in PMGC, the pressure is on. The one thing that we have to consider is that all of the maps, their drop spot is somewhat contested. So they're going to be under pressure right from the very start of the game.
You know what? I'm going to agree with you there. Just because you mentioned the Influence CHEMIN, I think them and Alpha 7, these guys are going to have a lot of fighting coming into this game. Just because I know Alpha 7, they lost a split with a 2-point difference. You know, a 2-point difference. Do you know how much that hurts?
Oh, yeah.
And you're talking about right now, they might have a chance to just not even allow them to get to the PMGC. That is sweet, sweet revenge for Alpha 7 if I've ever thought of one.
Well, you know what? It's time, baby. You said drop locations is about to see us drop into the big show, baby. It's day one. Let's take it on over to our casters, the 7 Worlds Gaming and Avenger.
Ooh, I'm excited for this, Americas, and I'm even more excited to be able to do it with you, Avenger. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, buddy. Long time no see. That was obviously fantastic to be with you and Riyadh, but now here we're going to be covering the fall edition like we covered. We were on the desk, so, but the guys, oh my God, they're looking fly. They're looking so dope.
They are. They definitely are. But the way the suit, Imperium, oh my goodness, you're looking so good, man. Makes you want to go put on a suit right now. But talking about some of the teams, I mean, they were talking about Brazil, they were talking about NA, and one team that Imperium really did mention that I'm also looking forward to seeing here on how they're going to be performing in this PMPL Americas is going to be Team QUESO. He mentioned it perfectly before. We have seen this team over and over again. But for a while there, they just weren't popping off. They weren't able to get those gears turning in this type of tournaments, only a 4-day tournament. I saw their stats from what they did in the region, and so far, it's looking really good. And I'm pretty sure if we really think about it, Avenger, I feel like Latin America might try to make a statement, because if we go back when we did our show, I think the top 5 was 3 out of Brazil and 2 out of NA, nobody from Latin America, so they might be trying to make a comeback here.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it could be one of the most competitive Americas Championships we've had in a very, very long time. Knights are looking good. Nova, they're trying to catch up. Brazil is looking super hyper competitive. I'm really excited to see what Alpha 7 is going to be able to bring it to this lobby here. As the guys were talking about on the desk, they were only in the Brazil final. They only had 6 games, but still the top teams, the teams that we expect to be playing well from out of Brazil, they still made it here. And obviously they're going to be competing for those PMGC spots as well.
Yeah, another team that I'm going to be looking at is it's a team from North America. And Hot Jukes actually got a chance to mention it. Nova Esports, this is a team that had an amazing performance at one point during PMPL North America. And then they kind of just switched it off a tiny bit. I'm really intrigued to see what kind of team we're going to be seeing here on the first day. Are we going to be seeing a team that's really aggressive, or a team that's kind of just being a little bit patient, trying to go for maybe some heal strats when we do end up going to Sanhok? There's just so much stuff that can happen here. And then we're talking about all these big dog teams, right? There's always a team that ends up surprising us. Do you have any team in mind that might end up surprising us during this PMPL Americas?
Yeah, for sure. I think one of my dark horses could definitely be INCO. They had an insane run on the 6 games they played in Brazil, and once they have that ball rolling for them, they could definitely pop off. And let's see, of course, it's a longer format, 24 games here. We're only playing 1 Sanhok a day, and yeah, it's definitely, for, as you said here, it's definitely some kind of rougher games for the teams that are maybe trying to get a little bit more heal strats off on Sanhok there. It's not going to happen as much, only once per day, right? So, but INCO could definitely be one of the teams for me that could be a dark horse here in the first couple of days.
Yeah, I think for me, mine's going to have to be another team from North America. I'm totally not biased, people. Okay, I'm totally not biased. It's going to be Execute. This was a team that really turned it up on the final week for North America. It was a completely different team. We saw an addition there of 6-list, and the team was able to kind of just get those gears turning as we are going to be going now into the Erangel match. So that's another team that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. For everybody currently watching on the YouTube stream, make sure you let us know which team do you think is going to be popping off here on the first map and on the first day. Execute definitely up there for me. APHELION, I mean, it's actually not APHELION Esports anymore. It's just for fun. Yeah. It's another team there from North America that I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to be doing. And another one that Sandstorm mentioned, ATON Esports. That's a team that he mentioned it perfectly. They did have some now more international experience when they were able to play in the PMWI. I'm pretty sure this team is looking to just recover from those not so great performances that they have had here in Americas before.
Yeah, for sure. Really excited to see ATON. Love the guys that been able to play well. Also had a pretty good final too. Obviously, Team QUESO didn't sing well, but yeah, for sure. A lot of teams to be looking out for. And in general, it's just an exciting time here, 7-1, because we have these championships here and we see these big teams collide. We're used to seeing them dominate their regions, and then they can come out and really play it out. And I feel like, as I said, it's going to be hyper competitive once we get going and once we see the teams rolling. And I don't think it's going to be as stacked for one region in the very top once we see the final day, of course. 24 games, so only playing 1 Sanhok, 2 Miramar per day, and then, of course, starting on Erangel 3 times. Half of the games are going to be played here, so this is really where you want to be performing.
Yeah, 100%. And I think with those teams, this is why the desk was mentioning Knights a lot, because this was a team that definitely popped off when it came down to Erangel. Some of the other teams, though, Furious Gaming from Latin America, this is a team that has some experience in regards to international events as well. And if we go to the other ones, I mean, Key Stars. This is a team, when you get a chance to just cover the Brazilian PMPL, that team was popping off, and this is a team that has actually already qualified to PMGC, so they might be able to do different things that usually they're not able to do.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, also looking forward to see a nice performance set here. Got a pretty interesting circles to start things off with. But also with their new coach, McCoy, super experienced player, retired from PUBG PC, now coaching them on mobile. Has an insane amount of experience, played for Ghost Gaming for a couple of years, played at the very highest leagues, won PGL in 2018. I was actually there in 2018 in Romania. Absolutely insane scenes when they won that together. So really interesting to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table and kind of uplift their game too. But a really rough playing path to begin things here with 7.
100%, and I'm glad you mentioned that. And yeah, with the playing path, it's not going to be favoring a lot of the other teams that tend to go towards the West. But going back to McCoy and what you were mentioning there, a lot of the nice players actually gave credit to him when he came to their team, because it was a completely different team. They were allowed to switch up a lot of the roles too.
Right.
Within the team, Coops became, in a way, the main IGL for that squad, alongside with Xenox being that co-IGL. I wonder if they're still going to continue with that type of just, you know, everybody keeping those roles, or if they're going to be trying to switch it up. In my thinking, I'm like, if it's not broken, don't try to change it, considering that they are already also qualified to PMGC.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool to be able to get one of those coaches in and really bring some more experience on top of the experience that the players already have. That's really, really cool. Really interesting circle here, though. East Plane Path, Northwestern Circle, really focused around the shooting range serving area. Could be some interesting crosses later once you get to the Georgia Pole bridges and so forth. So far, not that much contests at the moment. We'll see how it kind of turns out, though, once we get everyone landed. Still a little bit around the shelter area. They're kind of close to each other there with loops. But Rise is fine. And in general, Influence CHEMIN, they actually got all of his knights on themselves as such a northeastern plane path. That's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of the actual map is going to be open towards the west due to that plane path. It's going to a lot of great rotations at a team QUESO. I saw them there towards the south. They usually, I mean, thinking back where I would see them in Americas, they would like to go to Primorsk and try to do those west long rotations.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot to work with right now. And if we're going to be looking at some of the other teams, for Knights to be able to take in the whole center of Pochinki, not being challenged with that, I think that's going to be a big one too. This team is used to just trying to go to George. I'm actually surprised that they're deciding to stay there within Pochinki, at least try to loot, see if anybody's going to challenge them. And right now, it's not looking like anybody's wanting to challenge them, Avenger.
Kind of crazy that they're going to be able to just snatch that without any contest at the moment, especially in a plane path like that, right? We expect maybe a team to go somewhere and contest them a little bit loops here. They're definitely trying to make sure that they have this area of the shelter themselves without being contested by Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming, they are continuing to kind of run and see if they can maybe grab some of the cars a little bit further west. Toiko and Chief. Toiko, one of the most crazy red dot players I've ever seen in my life. Let's see what they're able to do here. Team Jaguar able to have all of Milta and most of Farm to themselves. Also kind of wild considering that was a far eastern plane path here that nobody is on. The shark fin and west was Farm. And in general, that area, that's kind of crazy. I did not expect that to be uncontested. Usually you see some of these teams that are kind of secondary looting somewhere else to take some of that area where it's a little bit more free around the ferry pier and west of that. But again, didn't matter too much. The circle's not in that area in general, so they need to move anyway. VIVO Keat starts here on screen. Obviously here, one of the more prominent teams coming out of Brazil, able to play extremely well. They placed third. It only was BO6, but they were able to play extremely well too during PMPL Brazil. Finished sixth though, all very, very competitive PMPL. A little bit sad to see Storm actually finished second in the league standings in PMPL Brazil, but then they missed out by 1 point to Rise in the final. That's kind of unfortunate. They had really, really good run. In general, just performed. They did not have a single week below triple digits.
And what I was going to say, what's interesting to me here out of Alpha 7 is that they actually decided to go military. I mean, I feel like they would have been able to perfectly land where they used to land, right? Which is going to be towards the north, having there between Sarki and kind of shooting range, maybe get on a vehicle, try to go that way. But for them to be able to adjust and just take military base, loot that up, and they're going to come out with amazing loot. The only thing they're going to have to worry about is just the rotations, right? The rotations are going to be super, super heavy in regards to this, as we're able to see. I think Team QUESO was close towards the West Bridge, and then we saw JGRD being really, really close towards the East Bridge. Those rotations are going to be coming big time. And then on top of that, you have INCO to worry about. And I know this is one of the teams that you were looking at for whenever Alpha 7 does end up making a rotation out of military.
Yeah, exactly. Alpha 7, I think it's a bit on and a hope on the circle going to military with that plane path, right? You have some tendencies. You've sometimes seen once the plane kind of ends around or starts around the military plane that hard as it did, we've had these military circle. So it's a little bit of a bet, I feel like, on that, but it did not work out for them this time around. But then again, yeah, as you said, it's been a long rotation on the northern side for them to try to go North George Saki area. And then you see, as just for fun, as you said, changed name compared to PMPL North America. A little bit sad.
Yeah, I guess people are wondering, this used to be APHELION Esports, not anymore.
I love
it is
APHELION. That's such a cool name.
Just for fun. Yeah, and Nate, by the way, Nate was a standout player for this team during PMPL North America. I wonder if he's going to continue to do that. And talking actually in regards to that team a little bit, they made some big changes during the finals, too. They were able to sit out one of their main players, switched it out. I wonder if they're going to continue to make some switches here now that we're in Americas, or if they've been able... I think at this point, they have had plenty of time to test different stuff out and just come in completely set.
It's crazy to still have such a strong five-man roster, right? Being able to swap in, being able to still perform at that level. Obviously, if they finished third in PMPL League just after Nova and Knights that obviously were dominating, so they had a really good run. Here on your screen as well, Extreme Slayers.
Look at that North Island. The North Island is just getting absolutely packed with all these teams. As we're also on this screen, we're not able to see some rotations, but Knights is now finally making a rotation out, and they might actually end up fighting with Nova, who made an earlier rotation towards the circle. It'll be interesting to see if they are actually going to end up fighting. And then looking at JGR and also ATON Esports, I wonder how much longer they're going to be waiting, as we do see Execute here trying to take some shots to Loops.
Nice shots coming in. Trying to defend this, of course. Influence CHEMIN has a lot of information. Pretty strong compound in that situation as well. Little boy. Loops as well, rotating. Going into shooting range at this point. Going further, actually. Doesn't really get shot too much at right now, so there could be setting up stuff here. Execute is kind of on an off position. A little bit of a kind of rotation camp position as they're sitting on right now. I don't know if this is super intentional or they kind of got stuck here a little bit. He's going to try to get the car and move a little bit around, see if they can get a little bit further, how to cover rather than this. Loops.
Yeah, I think a lot of those teams are just going to be getting caught in certain rotations, especially with the way that circle was working. Everybody just landed towards the east because in a way they were kind of forced to due to that playing path. And now that the rotations are starting to come in, there's just kind of nowhere to go. It's going to be very, very tight. And that's why earlier I was saying how some of those teams that were towards the west, like Team QUESO, we're just going to be having pretty much a free run up towards the circle, being able to pick and choose where they were going to be going. In Alpha 7, now that the south is going to be clear, nobody's going to be covering that west bridge, they're going to be able to move up north as well, as you can see right there. And talking about some of the other, you can see there, INCO now making a super... I'm actually surprised they were able to rotate earlier than JGR, as they were able to just pretty much pass by them without getting any harm. Alpha 7 is going to be able to move up too. And wow, what a rotation of the map right there. It's going to be going north, and a lot of those teams, we're about to see a lot of fight here.
It's also kind of good because now you know that it's not going to go south of the river. Now all the teams are going to be fighting for the same compound. It's going to be really interesting to follow where the teams might be going here. Influence CHEMIN is in a pretty decent spot right now. Execute also looking to have some fun at this point, but there's a lot of teams going to be rotating in from the southern side here. This is going to be crazy. Let's see how many teams are going to be fighting for those same 4, 5, 6 maybe priority compounds and positions that are kind of available towards the center, and maybe only with one team open to fight at this point here. ATON.
Yes, I was looking there towards the north. I believe I saw INF too, taking it slow, trying to figure out. They do have a great height advantage too from being on Stalber. They're going to be able to see a lot of the teams rotate and just wait patiently and see what kind of rotation they are going to end up making. ATON Esports here now being able to make it to Yasnaya Poliana. And they're going to be trying to figure out too how they're going to get out of here and how they're going to try to get into that circle. Because the longer they wait, just the tighter and the more packed this area is going to become with how much of that water is still in the circle towards the north. And you can see Nova now starting to get out, trying to do some warning shots, trying to let people don't come near us. And this is the team that I was mentioning earlier. I'm really intrigued to see what kind of style they're going to be playing here. And from what I see so far, they are trying to just keep people at bay.
Nova, high ground, trying to recover a little bit from some of the shots. Koi, able to heal, stim up. He's going to be kind of fine. Still in a rough spot, considering not a lot of points has been handed out. Furious with the only point right now so far. Nova's able to secure one of these really good compounds on the high ground. Meanwhile, Extreme, they're sitting on the other side. Oh, Knights, Team QUESO at the plane crash. Goops sitting in the car. Kind of waiting for some information to go out. Spec has definitely heard Team QUESO moving about here, 7. The question is, where does Team QUESO end up going?
Yeah, for them there, I think they're just going to continue to drive around here. And something to keep in mind is actually Knights is currently just playing with 3 players. They are missing out on at least 1 player here, so they are going to be having a bit of a disadvantage. But I guess when you get here towards the end, if they position themselves right, having that last player, I know it might sound crazy, but it might be actually a bit of an advantage, as they might be able to just kind of psych out some of the other teams, making them think, okay, you need to be careful. We have 3 here. The other one might be around somewhere trying to get an angle. A lot of these teams are going to be trying to keep an eye out on that. You can see their Team QUESO just continuing to drive around, trying to find some kind of opening, as we are now starting to get all of the teams inside this circle. And lose how packed is going to be. I cannot wait to see where this is going to go. And I'm actually hoping, and this is just me being a little bit toxic to Avenger, I'm hoping it goes.
Oh yeah, that would be sick. Have some of those urban endings there up in the north side. That would be insane. Also, there's a lot of water that is really eliminating the amount of playable space right now. There's not that much. The question is really where we're going to be ending up. It's funny that Alpha 7 also comes in from the west side. They would usually be doing that. That's a good shift. A lot of terrain available, and in general, the shooting range. A lot of teams can't be sending into that area. There's a lot of smaller compounds and areas that are available around it, but shooting range is definitely going to be a high priority at this point. Loop setting up. Alpha 7 is really sending in Knights in a good spot already.
It definitely will, and you can see some of the teams there towards the east. We're also thinking about maybe sending it to Severny, trying to just get at least within the zone. And guess what? We're trying to, and now you can see Influence CHEMIN being able to get some shots there on INCO. Can they? I think they're going to definitely be able to confirm this here. Influence CHEMIN Law.
Tickling his toes.
You're the one that's going to be able to get the first elimination here. I think that'll be great. At least be able to add it to your Twitter bio. First elimination, PMPL Americas 2022 Fall. Why not?
INCO definitely losing Beggar. Rise trying to sending in there. Not that many inside. That's the question here. What are they going to do? They're going to be trying to play it as the last team from the east, I would assume. Now trying to go to confirm this elimination at this point here. Beggar just chilling by the car. Yep, that's it. Law, he's going to be able to get his. It's actually the second one. Furious Gaming there managed to get one. Knights are missing out. But INCO, 3-man in the middle right now, off shooting range. They're completely fine. Rise playing on the southern side. A lot of teams that are out playing in the open and the high ground ridges. That is going to be crazy to see if some of these teams are going to be able to survive playing that for that long. Mufasa driving around. Ooh, Rafinha tried to recover, but he didn't. He got knocked. And then Nebete got some crazy good shots with them fall.
100% great shots there from Nenebete, but they need to be able to keep an eye out for everybody. Remember, they did end up losing a player. It might end up putting them a bit of a disadvantage here, considering how in the center of the circle they are going to be. They do have that house kind of protecting them. VIVO, though, you can see them being able to get some eliminations there towards the left. And now we're starting to see Alpha 7. Alpha 7 is going to be so familiar with this area right here. I do expect them to be able to survive a lot of the fights that they're going to end up having. Now it comes down to how is Rice going to be able to get out of here, as most of their vehicles are getting blown up.
Ooh, Furious Gaming close to ATON Esports. Big rotation at that point. ATON is inside, missing a tie on that one. Fran has seen Furious. An Extreme is in between. This could be a huge sandwich. Not the good one though, not the one you want to enjoy. Extreme Slayer, some good utility being used there. Ooh, Milos with the MG. Took down Extreme Slayers.
See how you trying to get out of there. ATON Esports was trying to get Sid, and guess what? Influence CHEMIN is going to be able to get some shots there on need to. From ATON Esports, they are going to be able to knock them. Are they going to be able to convert that into an elimination? I think they are going to be able to. A lot of these teams just trying to figure out how they're going to end up rotating into this next circle, as they're currently fighting in outside the circle.
This is a rough circle.
You have that rotation, and look at that. Oh man, that's going to benefit so well for Alpha 7, Knights, and a lot of those teams that were able to set themselves up perfectly earlier towards the northwest.
Okay, so just trying to shoot at everybody going past at this point here. Huge amount of rotations are going to be happening with that western shift there. That is going to be really rough. They need to move at this point. And there's not that much cover. Only Loops sitting in that compound. The rest is, you know, plane crash and some small shacks in general. Not that much cover. A little bit down in the canyon's gonna be good. Nova's on the way for that. Team QUESO taking more bullets. Knights are defending this still, but there's still only a 3-man, so they need to play it a little bit more carefully than they usually do.
They definitely are going to be playing that more carefully. And another team that's been super quiet that we're going to have to worry about here, or a lot of the other teams are going to have to start worrying about, is going to be Nova, because now Nova's going to end up starting to make a rotation a little bit more towards that west area. They might end up fighting Alpha 7. And you can see Influence CHEMIN there trying to get some kind of angle on Knights. Furious Gaming Milos does end up getting eliminated there. And you can see ATON Esports just bad position. Furious Gaming, first team to get eliminated here. Team QUESO, Papi Potro, taking some shots on some of the other teams. You can see Rise were put in such a bad spot earlier that we're never able to recover from that, and this is when it's going to start hurting for them. As they're able to fight back, though, Silence being able to knock Reyes right there, that is going to be huge for them eventually.
Yeah, that's an opening, really important for that. Shots coming in towards Team QUESO as well. Silence trying to recover, trying to see if he can maybe save Mufasa, so Mufasa can crawl into some safety. Team QUESO. Defensive smokes here, soft covers being deployed to see if they can pick up Reyes. Yala is running for that one. Mufasa also potentially could be rest for this one, so it's basically a trade. Team QUESO would really like to try to hold out Rise at this point, so they can be the last team kind of on this eastern side of shooting range.
Ooh.
Happy. Good shot.
I'm actually super surprised that Rise is willing to risk that play right there, considering on what location Mufasa was on. That is super ballsy out of Rise to try to go for that revive and not let their players down. I think being able to get that knock earlier on that Team QUESO definitely allowed that. If that wouldn't have happened, they would have more than likely backed off and just going to sacrifice him, as we were able to see between Influence CHEMIN and VIVO CHEMIN being able to actually get some knocks. I also saw, I think it was Knights between Nova two teams that are very familiar with themselves. You can see Koi playing it patiently.
It often ends up being, you know, Brazil on Brazil action, North America and North America action. It's so funny here. VIVO, Keed Stars, and Influence CHEMIN fighting out. They know each other so well. Circle is being closed here, and still 14 teams left, 45 players. A lot of players are being crammed into this, but the next circle is literally going to be the circle of death. So many teams are going to be eliminated due to the lack of space. Nova trying to survive on this high ground ridge here so they can move further into the circle. VIVO keep pushing in. They could be attacking here. They're hitting multiple. Shots are coming down. Can Cielo do something? He's going to find one. He's going to find two potentially. Diego and Cielo finding multiple. Yi goes down. That is Nova losing a lot of casualties here.
Nova definitely losing. I believe that's going to be at least 2 players. And guess what? Alpha 7 is going to see that as an opportunity, and now they're going to more than likely start letting those grenades rain on them, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're able to knock Rin right there. They're going to be able to just steal an elimination with kindness, too. And VIVO Kid is going to try to get out of there as soon as possible, and this is what we expect out of Alpha 7, right? If you see a chance to get a third party, they're going to go for it, and that's exactly what they're doing here, and it's working so far, at least from what we're able to see, it's working out perfectly for them. They don't end up getting any of their players knocked, and guess what? They're going to be able to get so much loot out of this, too, and so much utility. And they didn't really, if we really think about it, they didn't really have to use that much utility. They came in at the perfect time.
Such a good third-party opportunity for them, and able to clutch it out for the eliminations. That was crazy. Stealing a few eliminations too, that's wild. Now Knights saw an opening, they could be moving in here. The question is where they're going to be going. In first, CHEMIN trying to defend. Brevo's out there. He's going to be able to take down Little Boy. Brevo goes down to Federal. Arise is out in 12th. That is to execute Federal. Time to take down Mafioso. Shots are coming through, but Mafioso has cover. Federal had to hit the deck. Can he swing on it? He's trying to heal.
I think Federal is there. It's going to try to back off a little bit. You can see there, Mafioso. Ooh, Mafioso being able to get a knock. They're just kind of trading back and forth here. And I'm super surprised that Federal somehow is actually still alive with so many teams currently looking at them. And you mentioned Mafioso in the Revo fight right there. I'm pretty sure that's not the first nor last time that we're actually seeing both of those players fights. They were fighting in their own region for the MVP title as well. Knights, with only 3 players surviving this long, and guess what? They
he's on fire.
Able to cause some damage here against Alpha 7, and that's exactly what Spec's going to be able to do. I think he was able to do it. I think they were able to eliminate those extra players there from Alpha 7. Great stuff out of them, and guess what? They didn't really... No harm was caused to them. That was perfect for Knights as well. Another great third party.
Yeah, and the same location. This is third party central. They're just happening to be the last team to third party, and now Infinite CHEMIN's gone down. Super well executed by Knights as a 3-man roster with 6 ALMs. So many teams are falling, as I was saying here. The circle of death almost happening too fast. We lost 4 teams in a matter of minutes. 5 teams in a matter of minutes, actually. Now Knights, they're going to be holding that southwestern angle while the other teams they're fighting. Meanwhile, we have Loops fighting to defend their compound. And I actually think they...
They're going to eliminate it.
Yeah, I actually think they managed to defend it from Team QUESO, as you say here. So Loops looking really strong in this situation. Full 4-man, able to defend that from full 4-man Team QUESO push. That is super impressive. Now Spec here. He's going to try to see if he can get some more information on Infinity over here, 7. See if he can potentially push over and take control of that northern side, because that next circle did pop away really far from Knights.
They really didn't. I mean, with that new circle that we just got, I think that's going to benefit Loops even more. You were talking about how they were able to hold off Team QUESO. Well, guess what? That's going to be major for them. That might actually just cost them the first win, at least for Loops, with what we're currently seeing here. But anything can happen, right? INCO's still alive as well. You can see some of the other teams, I mean, a 3-man squad, it's also alive. INF towards the north. Now, Knights finally ends up losing their first player in Spec. And the good thing out of all this is that, at least for Knights, Coops is still alive. And what's impressive to me, even though they do have 3 players, Knights has been able to put up at least 6 eliminations. So even though they had a bit of a disadvantage in regards to men, they are not playing it super patient. They're actually trying to play the way they're used to playing. And keep in mind, this is a team that's already qualified to PMGC, and this is what we're talking about. They might have that freedom to just try different things that we're not usually used to seeing out of these teams when they are actually just fully trying to qualify. Money is still on the line, though.
Yeah, money, honor, and legacy.
Bragging rights.
And legacy. Most important, legacy.
Yep.
Let's see what Infinity is able to do here. Torgo out aggressive. They need to defend this northern side. I like that from Torgo. They know that INCO is going to be fighting against other teams in the southern side, so they can go out and take this. A lot of good utility being used here. Potentially could find one. Could take down one of the Infinity players. That's a really good amount of utility used there. One of the cars exploded, so one of them are going to be going down. And now Torgo has so much cover to work with. More Infinity players going down here. And now it's Titi, last player. And Loops trying to finish this up quickly, 7.
And this is working perfect right now for Loops. They're currently being able to take just on Infinity, being able to just take on anybody. Meanwhile, some of the other teams are actually taking out each other. You can see Knights, Coops currently being able to take some of the other teams with INCO. it comes down to Loops being able to close this out early and not having to use that much utilities. You can see them. They went from fully focused, and then they actually slowed down a tiny bit. There is one player still alive here from Infinity. Can he somehow hold him off? They have no idea where he's currently going to be at. All the smokes are going to be playing on his favor, but the more he lets them just get closer and closer, the harder it's going to be able to defend. You can see Cardozo, he being able to get an angle, and it was too much. Loops was just way too much against just that one player for Infinity, and now Loops is going to be just switching their focus to some of the other teams like Streaming Layers, currently having just Brian laying down, trying to get those snaky points, and that works fine.
And meanwhile, Coops was able to completely wipe the floor with INCO. Got 2 kills from that, I believe. Completely solo carrying them to a really good spot for that. And now he's able to secure a second spot for Knights. Such a good clutch play here from Coops. Gonna try to defend some. Gets one down. Multiple. Can he take him? Yeah, it's GC God. Loops is able to finish this one out here. And of course, they had the compound, but they had to defend it. They had to go out aggressively 7 and made sure to take this chicken dinner home.
Yeah, and they made the perfect call right there. In certain occasions, we're used to seeing some teams just play super patient, let the other teams fight it out. Loop said, you know what, we're going to take our future into our hands. If we're going to be seeing Infinity come close to us, we're going to be able to take on them. They did exactly that. They were able to take on Team QUESO as well. Loops, I mean, you're looking super strong after this first game. And some props as well for Knights. We talked about it the whole match. Only 3 players for Coops as well. A player that usually tends to be in contention in regards to MVP. For him to be able to secure that top 3 finish for his team, it's huge.
Yeah, and also INCO, of course, able to defend a little bit. They got into a decent spot there, but Coops just too good. And I gotta say, that high ground shelf, it was crazy. We saw 4 teams third-partying each other in the same spot. The amount of utility and loot on that location 7 must have been insane.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 being able to just absolutely third party there, and then Knights seeing an opportunity. They're like, you know what? We will also like to join that party. We will also like to be able to third party. So I think that's actually going to be happening a lot during this season with just how aggressive those teams are. And something that the Des mentioned at the beginning of the show was the elimination points. A lot of teams got a lot of eliminations.
All right, that's it. That's the first game done. We're going to go to a short break, and then, of course, we're going to be back with more games on the analyst desk.
Oh, that short break is done, baby. We're back already in the studio. Loops get the first chicken dinner here of this tournament. I hope you guys are so excited. Man, I ain't going to lie. I am pretty impressed at the fact that the Knights, right, pulled a beautiful top 3 finish, considering that they started with only 3 players.
Yeah, definitely. They didn't leave anything to chance, and the way they kind of third-partied and pushed in onto the likes of Alpha 7 was pretty on point, and they'd set that up right from that South Hillside, overlooking the likes of VIVO Kid and even Influence CHEMIN. It was really good stuff from Knights.
Yeah, definitely a good start despite starting off with 3 players, but I got to touch on Loops, though. These guys, I swear, they, like, the amount of times the zone shifted in their favor was ridiculous. And I'm just saying, you know, prediction so far. Yeah.
I think I know why you wanted to touch on Loops so much right there. I think let's go ahead and take a look at the match ranking and see how that first one ended up. And of course, the big boy Loops are going to end up with that chicken dinner. 27 points, feeling themselves. Knights, 20 points there in second place. Yeah. And hey, a Northern Circle start in Erangel? All right, that's how we're going to start the tournament. Okay, all right.
Definitely not what we expected with the circle shifts, and we will definitely touch upon that later on, right? And it felt like kind of very Sanhok-esque numbers around a lot of teams getting multiple eliminations, Sandstorm.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking at the match ranking, and one thing that does make me sad, I did touch on ATON Esports at the very start, and I feel like the caster's curse, this time it's the analyst's curse. It's coming in strong this time around.
We may not have Zute, but we still have a caster curse.
Yeah, there you go. 100%. It transferred over right here as we take a look at the highlights, and we sure definitely had some. And man, those Knights were making some good rotations, getting some nice eliminations early on.
And like Alpha 7 were doing so good in the early parts of the game, and we were talking about it as the game was going on. Those first 3 to 4 phases, the position on the western side gave them so much, but maybe there was a little bit of too much movement and not enough shooting. to kind of guard their space.
That's the problem. Yeah, I think at one point during Zone 3, going into Zone 4, they started getting into their cars, but it just looked like they were enjoying the view more than anything else. I was hoping for them to actually take more fights, shoot a little bit more, try to get themselves a couple more elimination points, maybe cut off some teams from their rotations, but maybe they waited a little bit too late, and that cost them a lot when we saw how many times they were getting third-partied by other teams.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. One thing that comes to mind, too, is like you talked here at the top of the show how important those drop locations are, right? And I want to know what stood out to you as we take a look here at the top. Damage and Loops started this one off strong.
Again, even enough, 1,700 damage, it's a good start, great conversion rate of those 12 elimination points. But to touch upon what you said around the kind of drops and everything like that, I mentioned that Influence CHEMIN might have a bit of a contention with their drop spot. Knights went to Mikado, which is not a bad thing. It's in a free space. And Infinity, they dropped the Kameshiki Starbar, which also makes sense because it's somewhat north of Yasnaya, and it doesn't really take anything away from their rotation paths.
Yeah, it really didn't. But I was also surprised by, I guess, the late rotations as well coming in from Alpha 7. These guys only started moving into the zone, getting into vehicles around, what, halfway through Zone 2? So they did suffer a little bit because of that late rotation, but, you know, they still managed to get a couple amount of points beginning of that first game for themselves. Not a bad start.
Hey, you know what? We always got to talk about the team that got the most points, right? And that is Loops Esports. Started this one off real strong. Only 199 damage received. Look at that conversion rate.
That's the benefit of hard compound cover, right? But I gotta say, I was so impressed that they didn't rest on the laurels of the hard cover, Jukes and Sandstorm. They sent 3 players out, I think on phase 6, pushed in, controlled the north, and then it was easy pickings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they already saw a couple of teams fighting towards the south side, and because they were in that same compound for 4 zones throughout that game, they were able to see every single team's rotation and knew exactly when to start fighting.
Yeah, and, you know, right there towards the end, you know, controlling that north side, getting gifted that zone, you have to take full advantage of it. You know, you got to maximize that full potential. And 12 eliminations, chicken dinner, I don't know how else you can ask for it. And look, Chief got 4 out of all of them right there. So that was really spread out amongst the whole squad. They're doing some good teamwork.
But did you notice the man, the myth, the legend, Coops? Highest damage dealt. He's claiming that MVP spot. And you mentioned it, even with 3 players in this game 1, they still hit hard. Coops looking for that title.
He's not only looking for that title. Recently, his global regional record was broken by a player in the MEA region. He previously had it with, what, 74, I think 76 eliminations, 74 eliminations, around 12,000 damage. Now the record is at about 77 eliminations, so let's see if he's going to be able to break it.
Yeah, you know what we need to take a look at is that first zone here, right? Heading up all the way to the north. We don't see these circles pretty often here, and it definitely mixed things up for these squads. So, I mean, hey, starting off there in the north and it just slowly just pushing further and further away. All those teams that, you know, drop on the south side, they definitely had a nice road trip. You can see here's this circle number 1, and I really just love it. This stage, people move and they move quick.
It was a double-edged sword. That phase 1 had the river in play. Phase 2 technically took that river in play, but it left a big chunk of that sea on that north side in play and took away a lot of landmass.
Yeah, and you already had a couple of teams towards the northern side. You had INF, and of course, you had Alpha 7 on that western side. And this shift right here, this is the moment I'm talking about when it comes to Alpha 7. I felt like they should have been able to do a little bit more, but this situation right here, that's when they started getting third-partied a couple of times, and that's when the pressure just became too much for the Brazilian squad.
Such a good, we don't directly see it, but that was a great aggression play by Vivo Kid onto Nova, by the way, on the underpass of the hill that Alpha 7 were holding, and they then third party. But this late circle, this was a 3-1 split that I talked about with Loops. Absolute clinical.
Yeah, I mean, once they got that zone, they had the only real hard cover in that area. It was just pretty much a cakewalk for them. But at the same time, you got to take out those other squads. They didn't sit there, wait. They got those eliminations and got it done. And you know what? When it comes to those zones, when it does hard shift on that water, okay, especially early on, what it does is it reduces the amount of landmass that is left available. So that really just cut those spots that you have to rotate to in half. That's why we see that as soon as we saw that first circle shift, boom, we saw everybody move as fast as possible, and Loops, they just ended up right in the perfect place.
And that sometimes is a bit of a negative, I find, because sometimes teams don't think they need to.
Oh no!
Okay, so I put that in
Hold
blunder
that
of the
thought.
day.
Yeah, that one hurts right there, you know, and it's just you're a little far away. You want to blow up that, you gotta get that hard cover.
Yeah, I was just gonna draw one for on the card.
Oh my god, just put it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just have in the chat.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it right there. But you know what? Hopefully we'll see some more action. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters for match number 2.
Is that? I saw that right? Yeah, it happens to the best of us, okay? I know it's happened at least to every... And better for it to happen on the first game than on the last game when you might be fighting for that top 3 spots. And
you want to get out of the way.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take her, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I'll take Miramar, though. A favorite map right there for me. I love those big rotations. And I love to see the guys obviously break down those segments. You guys are killing it in the studio. I wish we could be there with you maybe next time. But we're going to Miramar here, 7. And I gotta say, already with this amount of action here we saw in the first game, it is gonna be so wild. The amount of third-party opportunities we saw from so many teams just on top of each other. And it was all the big dog names. You know, it was your Nova, it was your Alpha 7, it was your VIVO Keat, it was your Pittsburgh Knights. It's crazy. They're just pummeling each other in the same location. But yeah, for sure, there was a lot of opportunities to be had there. And that Western Shift Alpha 7 could have been a little bit more. But they were eager to clean it up. But then they got third party themselves.
Yeah, if you would have told me that a lot of those teams were going to be third-partying like that, I would have told you maybe you're crazy, right? In the first game,
right.
A lot of these teams tend to be a little bit more passive, try to feel each other out. But with the aggressiveness that all these teams came out with, all the eliminations that they wanted to end up getting with, I mean, Loops ended up with 12 eliminations, and then second place Knights, even though they had 3 players continuing to just get eliminations ended up with 8.
Right.
Like, that is a lot of aggressiveness, regardless of what position they ended up with. I think a lot of teams might have seen that in the first game, and they're going to be looking out for that third party, which, I mean, in Miramar, it's a little bit harder, right, to get some third party, especially at the beginning of the match with so much space, so much cover that you can get from certain areas and whatnot. But once we go back to Sanhok, which we will at one point today, this team's better watch out.
Yeah, for sure. Here we have a really good plane path, I gotta say, though. Southeast Puerto, all the way up to La Cabrera, and on the northwestern side, basically all the teams can get, well, maybe with a little car here and there, get into their usual loot spots, and that's gonna be really good. We've seen a lot rougher plane paths like we had in the last one. Sohan already with his 370 meters elimination. This is crazy to see how these guys already are fragging out like that. That's just wild, honestly. But yeah, of course, we're gonna be getting into things here while the teams are diving in. The question is, are we gonna be seeing some contested drops, 7? Do you think we're gonna be seeing any? Right now, I don't really see too much. I see kind of 2.5 teams in Los Leones, though, and we have an Eastern circle here. That's going to be really good for Influence CHEMIN. Once again, Loops in a good spot to start with.
Yeah, Loops is going to be looking great, and something that I'm continuing to see here within these 2 matches so far is that a lot of these teams are actually not contesting Knights. A lot of them are just letting Knights get a perfect middle of the map area. And I mean, if we're speaking honestly here, I wouldn't allow that. No. And I love Knights, okay? Knights, I'm so sorry I'm saying this, but I would not allow that because it's just going to give us so many opportunities for just easier rotations. It's going to allow them to take so much time to just loot up, get the right gear that they want, and then freely walking into that circle any way that they want to be able to walk through. And then towards the top, I mean, we see one player of Infinity there. We also saw Alpha 7 towards El Pozo, Team QUESO right below them too. And what I'm actually not seeing here is I'm not seeing Nova Esports go anywhere near Valle del Mar or anywhere southwest, which is usually where they tend to go. So a lot of teams are adjusting their rotations accordingly to what are the other teams are doing from different regions.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see where Infinity managed to go. But as you say here, honestly, the Picardo Pachinki, to have that to themselves for 24 matches, the question is, are they going to get even more? Are they going to be able to take some of the center spots on Sanhok as well? That is crazy. Uncontested, that should guarantee you top 4, I would say, minimum. They're setting themselves up so nice. They're basically inside the first circle no matter what, and they're always going to have a somewhat easy rotation no matter where they are going into the circles here. But all right, Eastern Circle, this one, they're still in, but they're on the cusp of the first circle. Loops in a better spot, Nova in a better spot, Rise in a better spot, Influence CHEMIN in a better spot.
Yes.
So the question is really, where does the second and third circle go? Because that is what is really important. That's where we see our big macro rotations. That's where we see our priority compounds being locked down from the get-go. Of course, Influence CHEMIN, Omar and Al-Azahar, they're going to be fine. Obviously some drip on those whips.
Little boy, looking good. I love green, okay? That's that Lamborghini right there. Someday I'll be able to get my hands on it, at least for one day. Yeah. let's just leave it at that. Little boy, though, he is one of the best performances actually out of Brazil. I'm really intrigued to see if he's going to be able to put up some great performances here as well. I mean, Influence CHEMIN having the MVP, one of the MVPs too with Federal. We were able to see something out of Federal earlier, right? We're able to see him being able to take down VIVO. Even those little engagements, I always feel like they're just such a confident booster, just being able to knock the second best player out in the first game out of your region. I'm pretty, at least for me, if that was me, I would just be so happy, Avenger.
Yeah, honestly, 100%. Team QUESO on screen. Happy to see them being able to come out of a lot of time and being able to do so well. Really hoping to see them step up and do some crazy things here for the Americas Championship Fall Edition. Nova already in a pretty good spot here, one of the top priority compounds in the first circle. The question is, does it stick around in this area? Kindness gonna be going up, jumping up to get some more loot, see if there's some more goodies up here. Alpha 7 is gonna have a long rotation as well. Look at that, all the teams in the West. Ooh. Team QUESO, Alpha 7, they're gonna have a long rotation all the way over here.
Yep, it's definitely going to be rough, and you can also see actually an Infinity player, if I'm not mistaken, Thor's La Cabrera. He's just waiting super patiently. Execute is going to have pretty much a free rotation, Thor's Cruz del Valle or Tierra Bronca. And then what I wanted to mention is something that I actually did not enjoy at Team QUESO in that first match was a bit of an indecisiveness. They weren't really sure where they wanted to rotate to. They weren't really sure where they just wanted to take a fight with. They were driving around a lot. Hopefully we see a little bit more decisiveness here out of Team QUESO in this Miramar match. As you can see, just for fun, keeping an eye on some of the nice players there, keeping an eye on some rotations. And I don't think he's going to take the shot. He's just trying to see where they're going to be going. If he does end up taking a shot, you better be careful because it's Knights and they're going to try to be super aggressive. So if I'm you, just for fun, Suko, you know what? Just let Knights do their thing right now. It's too early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, circle's closing in. Where the team's going to be setting up. A lot of teams are going for the dead center. Already some shots are coming in. INCO on some knocks here. Trigger is going to be going down. First Gaming losing a lot already. Just for fun. Spots the Knights. Question is the Knights. Oh, he's going to lay down right there in the open. Suko's going to take advantage of that.
He's definitely going to take advantage of that. And you know what? I was saying don't take a fight. Just let them be. But in a way, I appreciate the confidence that you have. But guess what? Now you're going to have most of the Knights players looking at you. And that and whatever ends up happening here is going to become a little bit harder for them.
For sure.
Let's see what some of the other teams are doing. I mean, Knights ended up rotating so early that everybody currently is towards Impala. Everybody is just so packed. If we were able to see the map, all these teams, we're talking about Alpha 7 having a long rotation, with them being able to wait a little bit longer like they were able to do. Now the rotation is just pretty much going to be nothing for them. Yeah, it is going to be a little bit long, but they're not really going to have to worry about a lot of the teams waiting there towards the west unless they end up encountering VIVO Keys or Execute that are also rotating from the west.
Yeah, and Loops in the jungle compound here, close to Minas Generales. INCO in the lower ground. Oh, here, see these shots. Holy, INCO really taking down Trigger like that. That's some dirty shot from a long range. And here, just for fun, also in a decent spot. Fields compound. Oh, Suko with a dirty mini 14 headshot onto Knights. It's gonna be a helmet less.
Okay.
Hopefully they can find one more helmet inside the compound. Spec gone down. Good to see Tensa in though. And here all the cats and dogs are waiting. Get back up.
They're definitely going to be happy, right? Having that extra player is going to be massive too. Tensa is just such a support player for them too. And he's one of those players that can also frag out for Knights. I'm actually impressed by what Suko was able to do there. Yeah, he might have not been able to get the elimination. He might have not been able to do anything past that knock, but at least he sent some messages that, hey, we are keeping an eye on you guys, and we are willing to fight this early on if we have to. And as we're looking at the map here, look at the rotation Alpha 7 ended up doing. I think they were expecting a lot of the teams to still be in San Martin, maybe in Pecado, and they decide to play it safe and just go towards that north. It's going to be interesting what kind of circle.
Look how... Oh, Southern Shift, that's huge. Look how many teams is already inside.
Wow.
We have La Bandita kind of in the center. That's going to be a really interesting ending. Knights already sitting in that compound just southeast of La Bandita right there, the crater. In general, we could see some teams maybe even sending it into the crater, trying to take that kind of area that's bombed apart. But also, in general, there's so many good compounds on prio spots around the crater that you can take kind of early on. Let's see where the teams they end up going to. Alpha 7 is going to be really late considering how many teams it's already in a really good spot in this circle here. Influence CHEMIN really far away. Extreme Slayers also outside. And Team QUESO, they're looking to reposition early on as well.
Yeah, and I think Alpha 7 might be able to just get a free shot towards Graveyard. They might be looking to rotate there, but they need to be careful with INF, which is also going to be rotating later too. Oldest teams, I mean, we just saw that in that circle. Everybody currently playing that super patient. They've set themselves out perfectly for this current circle that we have. They're not really going to have to make that many rotations, but as you mentioned, some of these teams might actually decide to send it at some point, not wait so long, and that might be exactly what Rice is doing. Oh, I thought Rice was actually going to send it here into Furious Gaming, since Furious Gaming does have 2 less players. Furious Gaming not having the best first games. I think they ended up with just being able to get 2 points. Got eliminated, actually the first team eliminated out of the first match. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to come back from that, but it's going to be harder when you only have 2 players. And now, on top of that, you have Rice looking straight at you.
That's a scary prospect to only be 2 in this big compound. It's definitely very breachable. But definitely, they want to get further on. They want to get outside Impala, and it's a pretty good compound at the moment in this current circle here. Circle 2, though, a lot of things can happen. More than 3 kilometers wide still. We're going to be going way further in, and the question is first, are they going to be able to defend this, or are they going to be breached, and is it going to be the pressure compound going to be taken away from them? Team QUESO, another spot, decent spot as well, I would say, north of Los Leones, pretty close, and good rotations can be coming out of here. They all have the vehicles ready as well. Reyes is on a high ground, maybe with some information, but Jaguar on the other side. They have Saber over here sniffing out, listening for the information, maybe potentially coming their way here, 7.
Yeah, seeing if he can maybe find some kind of spot where he might be able to knock somebody from Team QUESO. But as you mentioned, Reyes being able to have that height advantage, he's also going to be looking at which teams are going to be rotating around him, where they're going to be positioning themselves, and in a way relaying that information to Poppy, Potra, and all the other players from Team QUESO that are currently towards the bottom in this compound. This circle is starting to get packed and even more packed. There are going to be some areas out in the open, but I don't think anybody wants to go anywhere there, even if there might be a compound. I was completely wrong. Alpha 7 said, you know what? We are not going to go Graveyard. We're actually going to be trying to go towards the east. I think the circle might end up going towards the east. Let's find out if it is. And I wouldn't be mad, once again, if we end up seeing some kind of urban finish, because urban finishes in Miramar I love them. I absolutely love them.
Oh, that's a really rough
Towards
one.
the north too. Now these rotations from the south are going to
look at the amount of teams that have to rotate in. There are so many teams that are going to be coming in from the same area. There could potentially be so much gatekeeping going on here. Knights on that southern side still in. They could be taking so many shots against all these teams here. Now, all the teams on the northern side, they're like, holy, a northern shift. We're going to try to get in and get a really good compound. Loops in the jungle, they're looking really good. INCO in some of the best compounds center, right around smack bang in the middle. Influence CHEMIN coming in from Junkyard. The question is, are they going to go further, or are they going to try to gatekeep the teams coming in from the northeast? And yeah, that's definitely the question. Are we going to be seeing some fights here with Alpha 7 and Alpha's CHEMIN? No, they're moving. Dilboy, they're going away. No, Alpha 7. They're going to be going in deeper.
Flip. Yeah, Influence CHEMIN, it seems like they're still trying to figure out if they're wanting to go deeper or if they're actually going to just set up shop right here and try to gatekeep some of these teams. You can see Little Boy being super close to Alpha 7. He's going to be able to relay that to his teammates. That might end up making that just final decision. Little Boy needs to be careful, though. Now he's getting shot at by Alpha 7. Being able to find some cover. Kayovsky is actually going to be able to hear that and trying to see if maybe he can get some shots here on Mafioso. He is able to get those shots. He's able to cause some damage and making Alpha 7 back off just a tiny bit.
All right, more rotations going to be had here from Alpha 7. They decided to move. Looks like it'll be moving on a kind of eastern rotation, clockwise eastern rotation, try to get in. That's actually a really smart move. Let's see how deep they can go. Tenza takes down just for fun. And now Vivo Keat Stars is going to be fighting with Execute. Oh, look at this circle here. Knights. They have 2 guys in the high ground, the crater, and 2 guys in the compound. They're going to be trying to gatekeep as much as they can here, 7.
They definitely are, and guess what? The fight that Just for Fun was trying to have earlier is now going to backfire just a little bit, as Knights knows exactly where they're at, and you can see Xenox pushing up a little bit towards them. We do see now Execute as well. Xenox might be able to let some grenades run down from there. He's actually going to get a little bit closer and see if maybe he can cause some type of utility. And Just for Fun, not in the best position here, as they are going to end up getting sandwiched with ATON Esports. Maybe they just might be able to somehow survive through all of this. It's impossible when you have ATON Esports being able to push up and you have Choco finishing them off. As Coops actually being able to steal at least 1 elimination there out of ATON Esports. We saw a lot of third parties earlier. With ATON Esports not really losing any players there, I think it wouldn't be wise for Knights to push this even more. But somehow Xenox is just deciding, staying a little bit closer here. And you can see Knights needs to be careful because Team QUESO could possibly third party them as well.
That could be happening in an instant, just like that. We saw so many third parties last game. Did you see that shift just now? Southwest hard shift, crazy, right? The question is, are we going to be seeing some of these rotations on the northeast? Are they going to be clashing? Or are they going to try to go into the crater? ATON going to be getting tons of loot in this little dip here, and Knights, they're going to be trying to defend this area just now. Choco, huge push from him.
I love what Knights did right there. Just decided to back off from that fight, focus on that circle that they have. They are fully aware what's going to be coming from the north, what's going to be coming from the east. So I love to see that awareness from them. And now ATON Esports having a little bit more advantage in regards to not having to worry about Knights being so close to them. They need to figure out how they're going to be trying to get into the circle and how to do that quickly, because a lot of the teams from the east that are now outside of the circle are going to be trying to make it in. I mean, you can see Nova still has 3 players alive. They're going to make their push at some point. Stream Layers now starting to make their push. Loops as well. So many teams now trying to make their push towards the circle.
Oops, barely inside. They had the dead center best compound, and they're barely inside now. They're gonna have to cross the road, try to fight INCO in a really good spot inside the circle. Loops with some shots. Could they get some more out of this here now? Rise and Alpha 7 fighting on the edge. You see on the right hand side. Ooh, shots are coming in. That's Nino. He's going to go down as well, but the circle is ticking on Alpha 7.
Mufasa being able to get a shot there on one of the Alpha 7 players. He's going to decide to back off a little bit, try to maybe possibly get some type of placement points for his team. He wants nothing to do against Alpha 7. Alpha 7, though, this is going to be perfect for them, as they're technically not going to end up losing any players. They're going to be able to reset out of this, get those elimination points, and then move on from that fight. But what's going to hurt them is I feel like how late this rotation is going to be due to this fight. A lot of the other teams, Loops is going to be set, Stream Layers is going to be set within that circle too. And INCO Gaming actually taking on some Nova players, being able to knock them and eliminate more Nova players.
Ooh.
Well, Alpha 7 is actually chasing Rice. Okay. I was not expecting that at all. They're going for that chase. They're scouting people out. They're trying to figure out what might be the best position here to breach this circle. Enjoying the awareness that I'm seeing out of Alpha 7 right now. As I mentioned earlier, they didn't end up losing any players, which is going to be great for them when they do end up making this push. Actually, they ended up losing just one player.
Coelho spots out Mufasa. He's chilling over there, shots are coming out. They're gonna try to blow this buggy right out of the waters. And they have time to do so. I really like that. That's so clever. Coops is actually gonna be able to steal that array. Really well played, but now Alpha 7, they have time. They can push in, they can take this spot. But the question is, do they know that
Ryu needs to be careful with that smoking car. If Kuz is able to spot him, he's going to take some shots. Oh, he got lucky. He was able to get out of the way of Koops as soon as he was able to see him get behind that hill right there, behind that mountain. And guess what? Stream Slayers, the team that I was mentioning earlier, now has Mafioso just pretty much figuring out how he's going to get out of this one. If I'm being honest, I don't think he's going to be able to. Robert GG also trying to figure out now that he's in the circle, how can he possibly get out of this, as a lot of these players and a lot of these teams are now just hitting themselves. And look at that rotation from the circle. This is just wild. Now it goes towards northeast, and everybody that was just set, for example, Knights, ATON, Team QUESO, that's out of the way. And Alpha 7 actually getting eliminated by Koops and by Knights.
That's why they're able to play so well. More shots coming. Oh my god, Koops. More. Spec actually able to finish that one off. And Koops able to flush it. Extreme Slayers are kind of in a pickle here, and that northeastern shift is going to be so good for INCO. They're going to be sitting in that compound. Loops, though, they're holding on to that northeastern area of the circle, and now all the teams inside the crater, south of the crater, and west of Minas Gerais, they're going to have to move into this little area that's just left to be played here. We have 12 teams left still, and there's basically room for like 4 or 5 teams in this next circle.
Yeah, there's not going to be that much room. There's actually not going to be that much cover. You can see there, Xenox being able to get knocked by Team QUESO. Team QUESO is now going to be trying to get out of that crater, trying to make their way towards the circle. ATON Esports doing the exact same thing. And in a way, for Knights, it ended up working out for them that they were able to take on Alpha 7 and eliminate them that early on. But there was just so many teams near them. This is just not getting blessed by the circle. This is what we usually end up talking about. Koops ends up getting knocked too from Loops, and Jaguar deciding to make some weird rotation, get ahead of ATON Esports and being able to knock some players. Knights players also getting knocked and eliminated on the elimination feed. Can Jaguar finish off this ATON Esports players? Knights on the horizon being able to just get away with it. Nova also gets eliminated from Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming just gave Knights the perfect toss-up by clearing up the Nova player.
Knights out as well. They got 7 elims though.
Knights out.
Jaguar could be getting on a lot of utility. Oh my god, that's an insane amount of utility just thrown that way. Now, can he defend from Team QUESO here? Team QUESO aggressive, pushes up Ayala with the DPS, takes him down and out. Really well played by Ayala. DPS is just so good.
I love that we start seeing the meta in regards to DBS and just shotguns in general at the beginning of PMWI, and now he's starting to just spread out all over the place. Jaguar getting knocked there from Team QUESO. This is the aggressiveness that I wanted to see out of Team QUESO. This is the certainty. They're not driving around too much. They're willing to take fights, get off those vehicles, assert their dominance, and then just move on and try to figure out where to go from there. That's the Team QUESO that I love to see. Oh no! That's just unlucky. That's just so
with the 2-wheeler on the buggy. Saber though, he needs 1 shot. Yeah, and he's gonna be taken down. That is Papi Potro. That's gonna be able to get another one. Taking him down, and the rest is gonna go off. They're actually gonna have a decent amount of space to be played here while everyone is fighting. VIVO, Keat Stars taking some shots here. Infinity on fire. Gonna be taking him down. Super well executed by Diego and Cielo. And now they're gonna have to be fighting a little bit more. The circle, as you see on the right-hand side, is away from them, and INCO is looking really good.
INCO is looking really, really good, and another team that I'm actually surprised right now of how aggressive they're being is going to be Loops. They saw the fight here currently happening between VIVO and Execute, and they wanted to be part of it, try to cause some shots. Now they're starting to focus themselves a little bit more into Furious Gaming and see if somehow they can breach the compound that Furious Gaming is currently on and take over the spot. Executing, they hold back. That's not going to be enough. Jason ends up getting eliminated there by VIVO Key. VIVO Key currently with 8 eliminations. This is the Brazilian aggressiveness that we were talking about, and now Loops. It might not be a compound. He's actually a shack now. They know where Furious Gaming is at, and I think they're going to just wait it out a little bit longer and see if maybe, just maybe, they can go towards INCO.
Oops. A lot of shots being taken right now, 7. The question is, they're going to have to focus on VIVO Key here. The question is, how deep does VIVO Key try to go? They're going to have to try to send it in the open down towards Team QUESO eventually. McGrillen, he's going to be... No. Forget about that, Diego. Oh, what?
Oh.
What the hell? He's going to...
Somehow he was able to make it in, Avenger.
Sending it in like a ninja. That was crazy. He's going to be able to get it off as well. Diego gone down, though. Ayala, Team QUESO trying to defend Papi Porto and Ayala right now. Can they make something happen? Diego is not. He's pushing Adrian and McGrillen. Ooh, that's a good amount of shots towards that car, and Papi Porto's going to go down now. Ayala's going to be the last player standing. Can he get him out? He has a DPS in hand. He's going to have to find 2. That's 1, that's 2. And now McGrillen, last player from VIVO Key. He saw him potentially, yeah.
Last player there from VIVO Key. Oh, be able to get it. Oh, INCO is actually able to pull him out a little bit, and Ayala's going to be able to just stay alive just for a bit longer. He does end up getting eliminated right there now. Oh, no, wait. He's still alive with 1 HP. What? I thought he was gone. He somehow survived that as INCO was starting to rotate their sights towards... What? And Ayala being able to get the nasty shot right there on INCO, making their way up. Ayala somehow just getting his team to the 3rd place, and now it becomes between INCO Gaming and Loops. And Loops, in a way, just got super blessed by what Ayala was able to do by being able to clutch up some of those fights.
Yeah, INCO has a huge compound here. Can they defend it is really the question. But I feel like Loops had an opportunity there. They had 2 knocks on INCO. They decided to go for their own rest so they can play 4v4. Toigo finds Squashada. And this is definitely an opportunity for Loops to make something happen. The question is the compound too strong here, 7?
I think it's definitely going to be too strong. I'm hoping that somehow, and I don't think it's going to be possible, though, I'm hoping that Loops, at least Toigo or somebody, can make some crazy wild rotation towards the north and see if they can get behind INCO, because they would have a chance, considering that now they have 1 player down from INCO. And INCO's trying to figure out which compound they are going to be on, or if they're going to be staying on a 2-2 split. Loops Esports, though, they should be taking advantage of this. They should be moving at this time. They don't want to be as passive. They're nowhere near the circle. They need to get a little bit closer, position themselves a little bit better. And guess what? That's exactly what Loops is doing. That's what I wanted to see. Get better positioning, get better angles. At some point, INCO more than likely is going to get pushed out of that compound, and that's going to be your chance to strike. Oh, he went back.
Oh, Cardoson actually managed to survive that. No utility left on INCO, looks like. And Loops is sitting pretty good. Shots are coming down. Cardoson's going to be taken down. And now they have a little bit of half cutoff to work with. The question is Loops going to be able to clutch this up? Nade onto Cardoson is going to confirm that elimination right there.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot harder for Loops. They decided to go back. They decided to not get those extra angles.
Oh, Becker!
And it's currently backfiring big time as Becker's able to get those shots. It's not looking good for Koopskins. They somehow come back from this. 2 players alive. Oh, the INCO player barely able to lay down just in time. Toigo currently putting up a great performance for his team and actually keeping INCO just pretty much not being able to do anything right now.
God.
This might actually end up working out for Loops with the way this is currently working out. That airdrop is working wonders right now for Toigo. And the grenades are going to be coming in. They need to be careful with that. We've seen some players being able to win 1v1s when they're out in the open. Toigo making a push for it. Can he survive this? He's not going to be able to. He does end up getting knocked. And you can see God see. Oh, he threw that Molotov, but he wasn't at the right spot. You can see the INCO players just barely surviving. They might actually be able to reset some of their players here. Can this Molotov hit? This is going to be massive if this hits.
Nope.
Oh, he forces him out, but he has to reload Avenger at the wrong timing. Talk about timing right there.
Okay, this is huge. They got the res off as well. Now it's GC God versus the world. INCO potentially getting all reses off, looks like. And now it's a 1 versus 4. GC God trying to get one. Nope, it's not going to happen. It's going to be INCO with that compound, able to clutch out and close this out for the chicken dinner 7.
Oh, man. I really... By the way, congratulations, INCO Gaming. I thought Loops had the perfect chance right there. You mentioned it perfectly, too. INCO had 2 players knocked at one point. I wish Loops would have went just for some extra angles when they had the chance, decided to back off. Ultimately, though, INCO played that just super patient, waited for the right time. They got in a way, they got circle bliss, but they took advantage of it.
Yeah, INCO, Brazil final PMPL winners. Obviously only played 6 games, but still, they are the winners coming out for that. Now they're able to take home game number 2 here, 7. That's crazy to see. And they're able to, you know, hold this compound out while all the teams are trying to push around it. But there are so many fights going on around. Still, being able to fend off Loops here while they were fighting, and they basically did not have anything else to cover themselves with than a broken wall. Meanwhile, Loops, they had multiple rocks, multiple small trees, and they had the crate as well, which was obviously huge for them, being able to get that 3 gear there.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what the dance has to say after this break.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
INCO te brinco, dude. INCO, they will jump you if you are not careful enough. And man, they get that chicken dinner in match number 2. Loops almost pulled out that back-to-back. But man, there were so many highlight plays there. If Loops would have just gotten that Molotov just a little bit closer, it would have been game over. Ayala just going crazy there at the end. We were screaming in the studio. But hey, you know what? Did the best he could out in the open.
It's why I mentioned Team Queso.
Yeah.
You just don't count them out. Ayala is such a good player, Sandstorm.
Yeah, that he is indeed. But INCO at the end of that game, 28 points. Their positioning, when they managed to get it in Zone 3, Zone 4, the 3 teams that managed to have a great position, it was Loops, and of course you had INCO and you had Execute. Great positioning when it came to that, but INCO, they managed to keep control of those compounds until the very end, and they used that so well to get 13 eliminations by the end. Very, very good performance by them.
VIVO Key, though, the way they control that western side and outside of Minas, took down Execute. Yeah, okay, they lost a player, which massively hurt them. I gotta say it was a massive mistake as well by Adrian. You don't go in on the push outside of smoke on your own when you have teammates supporting you. Push together, use the teamwork, and get the squad right, because that gave Team Queso that perfect opportunity.
Hey, especially with this new meta, you know, we're going to see that DBS there towards the end, and it's been coming up absolutely huge, you know, and one team that really started this off really smart had to be Loops, right? They've been doing so great here, so I think it's time to take a quick look at them, and we'll be right back.
Do Magrelinho agora rastejando, tentando pegar o Vitor, responde. O Vitor que tá injuriado. O Vitor falou, um dia eu caio, outro dia você cai.
Top 3 definido. Marcelo Cardozinho, agora a briga pelo frango. Olha a pressão que... Olha, acerta esse endereço. No lance, meu Deus do céu. Esquartizado agora Federal. Federal agora levando também muita bala. Tem que ir lá por ali. A GZM vai sendo... Diga tchau. E afirmaram, sim, foi eliminado. Bequezinho dando muita bala. Prepare dentro ali.
do Brazil, INCO Gaming pulling out a nice chicken dinner here at match number 2. So far, we've seen a lot of Brazil dominance here to start things off. But hey, you know what? We also see a lot of squads that, hey, not pulling out that chicken dinner, but they're still putting up some good, solid points and some good damage here as we take a look here at the top damage dealers.
Yeah, INCO with that 13 eliminations, 2.5k damage by the end of that one. Loops, you can see the difference though. They only managed to get 6 eliminations by the end, but you can see their damage. They were pumping out massive numbers towards the very end. And I'm banking on the fact that maybe 600, 700 of that damage was only on INCO towards the end of that one.
It was such a close contested final fight, Sandstorm. The question is, though, we've had 2 games in a row now where Loops have arguably gotten a decent bit of circle luck. So now the question comes,
luck, is it?
Later through the day, with 4 games left, what will they do? How hard will they be challenged if the circle goes massively against them?
That's the question here as we take a look here at our champions here of match number 2, right? It's going to be INCO Gaming. Some nice consistent stats overall, really putting some work together.
Yeah, I mean, even though Becker didn't really get any eliminations, but the damage that he pumped out towards the very end, he might not have been able to get the knocks. It might have been stolen by the very end, but we saw it from his perspective. He had some great opening frags onto the Loops lineup.
And don't let those stats fool you. Becker is a hell of a player. And with Vito 2K joining in the mix, they could arguably be the dynamic duo of the PMPL Americas.
Hey, may have only been 57 damage, but it was big damage. You know, it was right when
impact damage.
That's what it was right there, you know. Nice little asterisk on that one, you know. And it's crazy to see because Loops, for a second, I thought they had that thing, you know, with that crate dropping right in the beautiful first place. It just was so solid for them. But, you know, another team we got to talk about is the Knights. Now bringing in that 4-man. They did go out pretty dang early, but they still put up 7 eliminations. This is what I like to see for a team that even if they go out early, they put up points.
Even though they've already qualified for PMGC, I've been eternally impressed with how aggressive they come into these first 2 games. I thought they might be a little bit passive again. They're coming up against teams from LATAM and Brazil regions that are arguably more aggressive than the NA, but they've shown already that they can compete with the best. And if they can bring that attitude to PMGC, damn, they'll make NA proud.
I mean, here's the thing. There's no pressure on them to perform in this tournament. They have their PMGC slot. So, they, like we said at the beginning of the stream, they're out for blood. They want to get elimination after elimination.
Hey.
They have 15 in 2 games, and they only got, what, 2, 3 placement points? These guys are mad.
I'll say this, though. You know what? They want some of that money, baby. They want some of that big cheddar. So take a look at the top players so far. And what do you know? Coops is on this list.
Top damage in game 1, one of the top players in game 2. He's going for broke, but again, Becker 723 damage. Squash Zada coming up with the 7 eliminations. I know it's only kind of 1 Miramar game and we're only game 2, but INCO are kind of giving us a sign of what they're capable of. I know it's only 24 games, by the way. Consistency will still be key.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we've seen them perform, and we know that they were the champions of Brazil in the previous split, but that was only 6 games. We might see them perform very well on the first game of the day, but they have to show up for 3 more days. They have to show up for 18 more games after this. So the question remains, are they going to be able to? Or what are we going to see from them for the rest of the tournament?
I'll tell you what, I mean, you can't blame with how they started right here. I mean, I would be really happy if on them. And that's the kind of scary part when it comes to this level of tournament. Every single one of these players, these teams, they are the best players on this side of the continent. Some of them have been playing together for years now, multiple hours a day. This is the best that we see. You know what? And speaking of the best, we got to talk about our partner, Realme, our official partner here for the PMPL 2022 Americas. Guys, man, these guys have been coming in with some heat. And I'll tell you what, any one of these teams, if they get the right position, they are taking that chicken dinner. But we are seeing these teams take chicken dinners with huge eliminations.
Yeah, we are, and it's about now where the challenge comes of looking to get good results from bad positions.
I'm just looking at the question, and I'm just going to say this. Like, if you guys go back like 30 seconds, you'll already know the answer.
Little spoiler alert there, but hey, who's paying attention, right? Who's paying attention right now?
I'm paying them 10,000 UC, aren't I? Actually, you know what? Don't go back in the stream.
Yeah, don't do that at all. But you know what? Go forward and stay right here because it's time to go to match number 3. Let's take it on over to the 7 Worlds Gaming at Avenger.
No. Definitely go back on the stream, because if we go back to the beginning of the day, they said that we're giving, if somebody got the answer right, that we're going to give away, I think, 20,000 UC. So you know what? I might actually, I wonder if we can participate on this, Martin.
Yeah.
Probably not, right? Probably not.
You know, I'll definitely answer that. Maybe we can get, 10,000 each from Imperium and Sandstorm. You know, what do you think? Well, I think that's the play, maybe. But yeah, INCO definitely had a great game number 2 here. Had them as my dark horse. It's not a dark horse play to just go straight out and win game number 2, right? So let's just see how well they're going to be able to continue to go here. Obviously, Loops with a good performance first in a situation like this here. They're going to be dominating day number 1 with this performance so far. We're going to be going back to Erangel. The question is, how far can the Brazilian teams take it?
Yeah, and something that Imperium was actually mentioning is that Loops, in a way, has been blessed with certain circles. I mean, Loops has still been able to just defend that circle. Sometimes we see a lot of teams, yes, getting blessed. They don't move. And whenever they do end up getting engaged, they end up losing super fast. But Loops has been able to put up great performances when they do end up getting challenged or when they have to actually make the push. I still think, though, Loops could have won that last match. But you know what? Let's move on to the second Erangel here. And something to keep in mind, actually, real quick, to go back to that last match, the top 3 teams out of the Miramar were from Brazil. Could we see Brazil starting to be dominant again, Avenger?
Vamos! Yeah, of course we can. But no, I'm actually, I'm happy to see, Coops in here and the boys from Knights, they're able to do so well. Hopefully we're not going to see a super highly, top-heavy Brazil leaderboard for America's Fall Championship. Definitely hope we're going to see some more mixtures up there. Team QUESO also did well. Knights doing well. Nova definitely going to be showing up for sure. But yeah, it's looking kind of crazy. But we're only 2 games in. We have one more Erangel to go now, though, here. And it's going to be really good to see. Good playing path. We're starting off from the southwest and we're going up to the further of the northeastern side. A lot of the teams are going to be able to get into the spots that they usually want to go to. The question is, how contested are we going to be seeing things? And are we going to be seeing any teams contesting the same areas? That is really the big one. Ooh, a military. Big chance for that circle to happen.
Yeah, if I'm Alpha 7, they decided to go back to their usual actual landing spot and not go towards that military base. They're like, oh man, I wish we would have went back and went to that military base, because with this circle that just popped off, and also something to mention towards Primors, I was mentioning how Team QUESO tends to go towards that Primors area. They're actually going to be challenged by Execute in regards to that. Now, another team that we did end up seeing earlier, a little bit closer towards that military base, was Nova, and I think Nova's gonna wanting to just make a bit of a push towards that circle. Nova so far, I think, if I'm not mistaken, not one of the best performances, and this is what I was scared with Nova as well. Just them starting super slow here, and with us having, I believe it's only 24 matches for the next 4 days. You do not want to start slow. You do not want to have any type of slow start here.
No, for sure not. You want to definitely start off with a bang. Otherwise, you're going to be left behind in the dust. That is the big question for sure. Let's see where the teams they end up going, and we're going to be sending off with things. I really like what I'm seeing with the circle. I always love kind of a curveball situation with this. Unfortunately for Alpha 7, they did not go to the military island this time around, so they're going to be really far away from this circle here. Do see some teams moving out early. Knights, again, uncontested in Pochinki. They're probably going to have this for the entire time here, 7. That's going to be crazy. The benefit to having Picado Pochinki alone, uncontested, in such a competitive lobby like this is gonna be such an advantage to them. Let's see if they're gonna be able to
100%
to capitalize off that advantage for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so far they have been able to capitalize in regards to eliminations, right? They do end up just being able to loot up fast. Nobody's going to be challenging them, so they're able to rotate whichever way they want to, especially on circles like the one we currently have, where they know more than likely the circle might end up going, at least the final circle might end up going towards military base. They might be able to set themselves up in a way to be able to actually go to it. Hayuya actually getting knocked and currently in the water. Nobody's going to be able to revive him. And I'm loving what I'm seeing here out of Team QUESO. Team QUESO decides to make the early rotation towards the military base. And a lot of the other teams, I think they were not expecting that, as we're seeing YIU just currently in the water, just floating around. I really don't think his team's going to be able to pick him up. Nova putting themselves in a great position there, trying to figure out at what point do you make this rotation, right? And this is the main problem when we get a circle like this, Avenger, is you don't really know. You don't really know when it's the right time to rotate, whether stay on the main island, whether go to a military base. You can see Nova right now is starting to get pushed by Knights. This could be massive. This could be massive if they do end up deciding to fight this early on.
That's why you pull out Team QUESO and camp the southern bridge. If you have to, somebody has to cross south, yeet. They're going to be sending them straight back to lobby, get the points. And if they have to go to the northern side, they're going to have primary control of the first cross and hope to not be camped on the other side. Jaguar here looting in Novo. Could potentially have a good spot inside the circle. INCO close. They're actually going... Usually it's the Novo team that gets the radio tower kind of priority, but now Jaguar have been too slow. But here you see Nova, Knights fighting. A classic combat here.
Oof. We mentioned it earlier. It's either Brazil on Brazil or NA on NA. And guess what? Knights is going to be able to get the first blood in, but they do end up trading. Knights, 2 players knocked right now as Rise currently towards the back too. Coops being knocked as well. Spec eliminated. Tense is going to see if we can maybe get some kind of knock here, but this could be a good turnaround for Nova. As I was mentioning earlier, they are currently not having one of the best starts. If they're able to take on 2 Knights, eliminate this early on and not have to worry about them when they might possibly have to make a final rotation, this is going to be great for them.
Let's see what they can pull off here potentially. All is lost. Spec, Coops, low HP. Kindness is knocked. Rin. Ooh. Could they get the angle here? Oh, good shots on Rin.
Oh, wow.
Look at Rise, though. Rise is just sending it across while Nova and Knights are fighting. I love that. Take the opportunity, boys, to get this.
Rise said we're not about that third-party life, okay? You guys do your thing. We're going to just worry about the circle. We're going to make this rotation, and that's exactly what they're doing. And right now, Knights is actually in a pretty bad spot here, but they might be able to just survive with at least 2 players. Coops and Sanhok. And if I'm Knights, those are definitely 2 players that you want to still have alive. They need to be careful, though. Rin and Nova is going to be hunting them down. And at some point, these Knight players are going to have to pop up for air. And if for some reason Nova can get an angle on them here towards that big rock that you're seeing on your screen, they just might have the scopes. They just might have the aim to be able to clutch up those 2 other eliminations from the Knights players.
A lot of teams moving slowly into the circle here. That's really the question, if somebody's going to be third-partying here or not. Nova, still 4 guys full alive here in this situation is nice. Being able to get the aliens as well is obviously fantastic. Furious Gaming probably deciding to stay on the northwestern side. Ready maybe to get across. Team QUESO is still camming that bridge. And Furious Gaming... rough start, but we're only in match 3 here, 7, so that's going to be completely fine.
And what's crazy, as we're currently looking at this circle, a lot of the teams towards the north just deciding not to rotate yet. I think they want to just play super slow and try to figure out where this next circle might end up going. If it does end up going more towards the south, towards Military Island, that being patient and just waiting so long might end up backfiring. But if it does for some reason end up going towards main island, it might end up benefiting them. In Nova, you know what? I don't think, are they going to try to see if they can somehow hunt down this player from Knights? No, they're not going to. They're just going to fully send towards Military Island. Great choice there by Nova. And as I say that, somehow the boat just explodes. And it's actually, wait, was that Knights? Was Knights able to blow up that boat?
That would be crazy if that's the case. Looks like it, right? They have the angle. Now they're taking shots. Nova in shambles.
It seemed like they were still in the water. It seemed like they were just barely getting out. What a crazy turn of events here. Nova now having to worry about 2 players now. I mean, they're not going to be able to revive in there. Now Yi needs to figure out a way to survive here. Somehow, Knights finds a way to make that exchangement between them and Nova work for him. And Nova just getting super, super unlucky there with that boat exploding.
Oh my god. All right, Circle's about to close your 7. This is the interesting. Are we going south? Yeah, we are. Look at that. And it's actually a really nice military. This could be a bait military, but this is a really nice one. Kind of shifted slightly towards the east, but still looking really good for the majority of the teams. INCO has the high ground here. They could potentially lock that down, but they are multiple on the southern side. Are they going to be moving in? Okay, it's big rotations here. Look at Influence CHEMIN. They could get a Eastern Bridge free rotation potentially. Nova still out there bathing themselves involuntarily, I feel like. Coops trying to ADR farm and elimination farm a little bit more. 3 helmet as well on him. He is chilling.
And what's perfect here too, guess what? They also have a boat now. They can go up to those players and see if they can somehow just confirm those eliminations or just try to make it towards towards the military island. You were talking about Influence CHEMIN just getting that free rotation on the East Bridge. I wouldn't be surprised if they for some reason decide to just cross the bridge and also possibly camp it. Knights being aware there. They started getting shots. I believe that was from Loops Esports. Gets off and now has to swim in Nova. Their day just keeps getting worse and worse here as most of their players are starting to get eliminated. Oh, this is just sad.
This is just so rough, man. Loops. Just putting in the bullets. Oh, good shot from Cadosin. He's able to take on Kindness. What started well for Nova now not looking too good. Koi still in the water. Usually Kois, they're pretty good in water, but right now he's definitely wishing to be on land.
That's exactly what Loops is going to be doing here. He's going to be trying to survive jumps in the water. Loops awareness currently what they're doing. This is what I was talking about. Just their awareness that they've been having all day. Yeah, they might be able to get towards the circle first. Sometimes they might end up getting that circle blessed, but they are just fully aware of what's happening around them, whether it's close to them, whether it's far away from them. They are wanting to make sure they back up all of these other teams. And I will be surprised if Coop somehow wins this. And going back to Influence CHEMIN, it seems like they don't even want to rotate yet. They don't even want to cross that bridge. They're waiting patiently towards the main island part of the East Bridge, as we're going to be looking at it right now. Kayovsky is going to be a little bit more towards the bridge. They need to watch out. ATON Esports could try to make that push here. And this is what I was saying. This is not going to benefit Coops in any way, shape, or form. Just the aggressiveness that they showcase in this first match, usually love to see that, especially out of a team of Knights. Things just didn't work out at the beginning there with what happened with Nova. And now you can see here happening again with Coops now getting knocked by Toiko.
And in general, this is what we normally see with this military. Though Alpha 7, VIVO get stars. A huge fight there. Cadillio's going to be pushing in. Gun in hand. UMP jumps up. ATON takes him down. That's a really good trade. Shiloh, can he help fast? No, he's going to go for the instant revive. Fosses is coming out, and they're able to take this away from them. We're in the blue right now, and it's phase 2, doing about a damage per second right now, so they need to use a bit of stims. Revo there in the background, and they need to get across, but they are potentially going to be gate kept on that western bridge by first Team QUESO, or first Furious Gaming, and then Team QUESO. Let's see this next circle here, though, 7. We're going to go straight into the military base. I love this area. I'm really happy that we're going to end up over on the eastern side there, and I'm sure that Rise are going to be loving life even more sitting in that ATC.
Yeah, Rise is going to be loving live Execute as well. And you were talking about Alpha 7 going to be gate kept by Furious Gaming, and on top of that, Team QUESO. They need to watch out, though, because Stream Layers is also looking to cross that bridge. And the longer this takes, they might end up getting sandwiched, or if for some reason Alpha 7 is able to just notice that Stream Layers is going to be rotating, just wait it out a little bit longer, right? You're already there. You probably have had enough time to get a bunch of heals. Wait it out a bit longer, wait until that fight happens, and try to third party. Do the exact same thing that you did in the first Erangel, which is the third party, which works wonder for you guys. And Infinity, meanwhile, is that a botation? Is that what I'm seeing out of Infinity currently towards the east? I think it was.
Yeah, that'd be huge. I would go on the southern side even, like full send.
Yep.
Get in there. Let's see if they can make that happen. Jaguar also moving, trying to get in to a good spot. Yeah, this is good. This is a good play for them. Kind of center, potentially being able to defend this. I would maybe like to see a 2-2 from them on the other bunker. That would be nice, but obviously I think they lost one, right? No, they are all 4 alive, as you see on the right side. ATON, Influence CHEMIN here 7. This is going to be a messy fight. Influence CHEMIN looking to capitalize on them being able to maybe gatekeep that eastern bridge.
It definitely is, and what I'm wondering too is, yeah, there's only 2 players, Little Boy and Federal, there from Influence CHEMIN, but the other players are going to be a little bit more towards the actual military island. This might end up backfiring for them unless ATON just decides to fully send it. I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're seeing an opportunity. This might be some kind of trap that Influence CHEMIN was setting up, and guess what? It ends up working out. They're being able to knock down Nitsu right there. Little Boy's going to go in pursuit. We're talking about the Lamborghini. Guess what? If you ever want to go in pursuit, now is the time. But ATON is going to be able to at least make it into Military Island. Are they going to try to set up some kind of trap now towards the Influence CHEMIN players? Like, Kayovsky, what were you doing?
Kayovsky should have been potentially should have been gatekeeping. Obviously, I don't think it was intentional for him not to be there. Unfortunately, he's going to be able to get picked up. Yeah, I definitely think he fell off, or maybe just wanted to be safe. You know, could have putting in some damage into ATON. Now ATON is going to have the priority rotation. They are probably going to be sending it off high ground here and then sending it around. Influence CHEMIN's going to go the other side there, 7.
Yep, that's exactly what I was currently looking at. With all the fights that we're seeing on that East Bridge, guess what? The West Bridge wants some love too, because they are also getting into some fights. Alpha 7, we're talking about it earlier. Furious now making the push here. Look at this. Alpha 7 actually make the push. One of the players does end up getting knocked. Mafioso's survived this. Mafioso's not going to be able to survive this, but they are able to make the trade. Revo still alive for Alpha 7, and Furious Gaming is going to be able to pick up some of these eliminations here. Just we were talking about it. If they waited too long, this was going to end up happening for him. Alpha 7, I feel like they have been just so unlucky. At least on the past 2 matches, the circle just keeps pulling and pulling away from them as far as possible. But guess what? Some of these teams are taking full advantage of it.
Definitely good to see Furious being able to capitalize off that, but it's not a winning play. It's a points play, and that is definitely something that they needed to consider. Maybe they had an idea that Team QUESO was going to be gatekeeping them on the further side, so they just wanted to squeeze as many points out of this game as possible. Unfortunately for Alpha 7, Revo, last player here, and it's not going to be good for them, obviously. They do have 4 points already from items, so that's going to be fine. The question is he going to be able to find one more here, Revo, while he's running? Plenty of loot here. This is going to be fine.
I think he's gonna definitely be able. Oh, he just found 6 right there. On top of that, some other stuff. You can see Fernan now from Furious Gaming deciding to leave that area. And I wonder if he's also gonna be trying to. Oh, he's deciding to wait. This is
a standoff.
I wonder if there's some bad blood here between those two. Usually Fernan, you would just try to go towards the circle, but he's wanting to make sure they fully eliminate Alpha 7 here. So he decides to just wait up a little bit longer for that last player from Alpha 7. And just for fun, Military Island, we've been seeing all these teams kind of setting themselves up. Well, guess what? Their fight is going to be coming up soon as the circle just keeps closing in more and more.
Huge play for them. This is a setup here now, just for fun. They're going to be able to sit on top of this bunker, and JAGUAR is going to have all the information. And they can play off that ATON there in the distance. They're going to be taking shots at Suko. Suko needs to have some soft cover as well with that hard cover, because you can see his little feet.
Ooh.
It's a ninja. Ooh.
Just as you're talking about it too, Suko ends up getting shot and almost ends up getting knocked. They need to be careful here. That is not a good bot, and you can see that's exactly why Trick gets knocked, and that's actually one of the best players for just for fun. That's going to hurt them big time. Suko is able to heal up, and he's maintaining this position, which is, I mean, it's super ballsy, but it's not one of the best positions considering how many teams are currently around you.
Exactly. ATON, they're going to have to move. If you see at the minimap on the top right here, they're outside that next circle. Loops in this area. Oh, they're taking good shots against Suko. He's going to be taken down. Cardoson with some good shots. Loops with 3 kills, eliminations, and they're obviously full 4 alive here.
I'm also going to be looking at some of the other teams that were actually towards the south. Infinity, that was making that long rotation in the boat. Actually ended up losing 2 players, but still has 2 alive, and now they're gonna have a lot of just area to work with towards the south, and they might end up being able to third party some of these fights here as Loops just continues to focus on just for fun, trying to finish off more of these players so they don't have to worry about it in the next rotation. And guess what? They waited out for so long just for fun, set themselves up for this position, and now ATON Esports with the third party. What we saw a lot of in the first Erangel is going to start happening here. You can see Fran now making the push. Can he maybe finish off the last player there of just for fun? It's going to be Nate. He's a great player. He does have a UMP. Possibly. I see Nate being able to pull this off, but with that utility, oh man. Oh, hey, he survived that. Come on, Nate. I believe.
3 helmet on Fran. Fran Vaton, obviously one of the big players. That's 1 flush coming through. More shots coming through. That's a good one. Fran able to take advantage of that. Nate trying to defend. He's not going to be able to. ATON and Fran is going to be able to completely demolish them right there. They're going to have to move here soon, as you see.
Jaguars waited for the right moment of this. Now they're going to be able to third party ATON Esports here, and look at that. They're going to be being forced out of that smoke, and Jaguars is just waiting patiently. Perfect play there by Jaguars, waiting inside the bunker, waiting for all the commotion to die down a little bit towards the end there, and it ends up working perfectly for them as they don't end up losing anybody. But now the rotation starts, and it needs to happen quick, as a lot of these other teams are going to be keeping an eye on them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next circle has popped. Rise is outside that circle, and they're going to have to move, but they're going to try to recuperate everything they can from these straggling teams trying to get inside that next circle. Jaguar being the current one that they're focused on. That's a lot of damage being taken by the blue zone. He's going to be able to make it. Nope. That is him done. Jaguar out in 10th place. 3 elims, though. That is great for them. Execute. 4 players alive on that northeastern side. Loops also on this side here. So they're going to be maybe trying to fend off Influence CHEMIN. And INCO is making their way inside. Ooh, that's some good shot coming in from Fade. Could he find another one? Get some more damage on VIVO.
He's going to try to pull up that buggy, see if we can maybe somehow confirm that elimination. As you can see now, Ninebete getting a little bit closer, trying to find an angle with that TPP, seeing if he can maybe get a solid grenade here on Fate. I think B2K might end up getting revived here. I think he is going to be able to. They're going to be able to reset there. Loops has now worked their way inside the circle. Infinity getting shut down by Execute. Execute with the great awareness, keeping in mind that some of these other teams might have been behind them. You can see Rise now relocating themselves. This is just perfect play out of a lot of these teams that were kind of setting themselves up early on in this military area.
So able to take a lot of center spots right now. They have 2 of the best current buildings inside. They're able to maybe defend that. It goes east, though. That circle shrinks all the way east to Rise, and they're happy times right now. A lot of teams are going to have to fight the northern side. Loops and Influence CHEMIN. On the western side, Team QUESO is going to have to fight INCO. They're going to have to fight Execute. We have 1 Knights player still alive. He's going to have to try to get in. Fate, though, finds multiple. Sees all of INCO. Has to take some shots towards him. Meanwhile, the rest of Execute is taking some other shots here. That's a really good headshot from Squasada.
There was ever a time for Fate to get some shots in, it was right there. He was able to do that for his team. Telly should be able to pick him up here. They should be able to reset. And guess what? All of that commotion, what that ended up happening is it caught Team QUESO's attention as they're now starting to kind of look towards where INCO is going to be coming from. And INCO could possibly reset a little bit.
He punched him.
Yeah, they're going to be having, but they're going to have to hurry, though, because they're not going to, they currently don't have the zone working for them. Meanwhile, Team QUESO is within that zone. Now, Telly and Fate are up. They're going to be keeping an eye on them, too, causing a lot of damage. Madness. This is absolute madness, and this is why I love military finishes. You never know where the circle is going to end up going, who's going to end up benefiting. Team QUESO now getting some shots on them as well. This could benefit INCO Gaming if they're going to make that push towards where Team QUESO is at.
Exactly. Team QUESO trying to defend that western side. INCO trying to figure out where to get into this next circle. 4 alive.
INCO made the full reset.
4 alive, full reset. No eliminations, though. Influence CHEMIN and Toyko fighting right now. That's Loops on that eastern side we were talking about earlier. Loops trying to kind of push himself in between Rise and Influence CHEMIN. And INCO is trying to kind of insert themselves into this compound that Team QUESO has at the moment.
And here comes some utility usage from INCO Gaming. If they can at least get one knock, that's going to be a major...
Oh, he missed the nade.
To be careful. It bounced off the frame. They got so lucky right there. Oh my goodness. If we were able to get a slow motion of that, you can see the moment that the INCO players gaming just sided in relief as soon as that nade just hit the post. Loops does end up getting eliminated. See Team QUESO allowing INCO to get super, super close. Now the defense is going to be harder. They are going to be using some utility here to get a knock. Oh, great nade. And I think Papi Potro is going to go for it again. That would be the wise choice.
Oh, take that. Oh, and this...
I've seen a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they're kind of fending them off, making sure they are going to be forced into the blue, right? Team QUESO is now holding that off to themselves. Now they know that they're forced to move around. This could be a good nade. That's a huge nade. Doing a lot of damage onto INCO. Takes one down. Vito down. Becker is down. Now pre-firing. Ooh, this is some good shots with the... That is fantastic. They're able to take so much down here. Papi Potro, DPS in hand. Now he's going to be able to get the first aid off. Becker gone down as well. I think they're just down to one player from INCO. Or did they get eliminated? Yeah, they just got out in 5th. Fantastic. Now,
great defense there, though, by Team QUESO. They did end up letting them get super close, but I think the reason why they wanted them to get so close is because they were going to have just the advantage in regards to the shotguns. They didn't have to take any long-range fights early on in the game by being able to just locate themselves here within the middle of the military. Working well for them. Jason with an amazing grenade there, being able to knock Papi Potro from Team QUESO, making them back off and slowing that push out of them. And now we're seeing Influence CHEMIN with their eyes locked into Rise and figuring out how they're going to be making this push. As Rise is, I mean, Rise doesn't have to go anywhere here. Silence should be able to be some kind of anchor there with that position for his team. If Rise has any utilities, now would be the time to use it against Influence CHEMIN.
Yeah, Rise is looking really good in this situation right now. Sitting in a good spot for this. Oh, Team QUESO. Before this, only 3 eliminations in just 2 games. And now they're able to really capitalize off that. Execute's gonna lose Jason. Telly and Fate now hiding behind this. Team QUESO trying to capitalize off this. Federal finds Silence. He finds Nino as well. He's taking so many players down from Rise. Influence CHEMIN in a huge fight here with Rise. Meanwhile, Team QUESO is trying to secure this win for them. Shots coming in onto Telly. Execute losing a lot of players. Ayala, Papi Potro, and Creamsu. They're going to have to smoke and try to get into this next circle here.
They do end up losing one player, but they're able to keep Ayala. We saw what Ayala was able to do earlier for that team. Team QUESO now making the push here. Influence CHEMIN. They no longer have to worry about that team. Now it's just Execute and Rise. Rise has just one player left. Team QUESO does have the numbers advantage here. Fate ends up getting eliminated. This could be the game right here for Team QUESO. Imperium is going to be so happy if Team QUESO is able to clutch this up. They need to be careful, though. I love how currently spread out the team is, trying to get different angles, being active, moving around. They do have a grow set too. Oh, this is going to be almost impossible for Rafinha to be able to keep them at bay. Here comes the push from Team QUESO. Can they not? It's easy for Ayala. This is exactly what they were looking for. Ayala there with the DBS, making it look super, super easy. And Team QUESO, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this team. I talked about it at the beginning too. It was always a big question mark. Yes, they do pretty much have a new team. The big question mark was, are they going to start slow, or are they going to be able to just pick it up from day one? And right now, with what we just saw, they're definitely not starting slow.
Oh, for sure. You know, Ayala there with the DPS. Say hello to my little friend jumping around with the DPS on the corners there and just taking down so many players. Super well played by them. Execute. It's got a little hectic, but they're able to take down so many teams throughout defending this western side.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the desk is going to have to say after this crazy, amazing match in Erangel after this break.
9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Woo, baby! Team QUESO coming in hot and ready, especially with that DPS action. Well, this is kind of becoming the new meta here, and what's always the meta other than Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Woo, man! I love this tournament. I'm so hyped for this. Let's get it going. Guys, what do you think about that Team QUESO W?
It was absolutely fantastic. They took full advantage. I had a little bit of insecurity around maybe how they were going to pull it off at a certain point in the game. But in the end, they survived, they strived, they naded their way, and DBS through the...
It's just mad seeing the DBS being used in Miramar and Erangel. Like, okay, look, listen, what is this region? You guys are on fire with the with the use of shotguns here.
Hey, that CQC action is where it's at. You can see here the match ranking, and man, one thing we didn't really talk about, right? Military zone. We gotta love it. You gotta love it. See it when it goes all the way down to the south. And man, Team QUESO, and they had to work their way all the way down that bridge, and they still pulled off that chicken dinner. Unfortunately, these are the squads that just couldn't make that rotation.
Well, couldn't, or frankly, I'm gonna be a little bit harsh. Not good enough, right? I know we don't often get military zone finishes, but one, a lot of these players have played the game long enough to know how to rotate through military zone. And two, that was so cohesively going to be a military ending that teams have got to be able to rotate better.
They really, really do. But one thing I do want to touch on as we're looking at the highlights, Rise kind of threw towards the end. The Rise had the zone, they had the numbers. Like, I understand that you want to go for the points, I understand that you want to go for the eliminations, but throwing the game away, throwing the position that you had just to go get a couple of extra points, I felt like that was a huge blunder on their end. And I think that was the main reason that Team QUESO was able to take the dub, just because they gave them that opportunity.
Basically like me at the dinner table.
Oh God.
Their eyes were bigger than their belly.
Ordering that extra plate, and that plate was just too much. Too much QUESO. Too much QUESO on the plate. And you know what? I mean, that ends up happening. You know, hindsight's 2020. These IGLs are some of the best in the biz. They got to make those decisions. And, you know, what I was talking, we talked about it so many times. To win this tournament, when you get that zone, you get that position, you have to take full advantage of it. And you can see Rise, they tried, but just bit off a little bit more than they could chew.
And I mean, even Seven and Avenger touched on it. You had the zone, you had the position, but again, you just shouldn't have abandoned that. And again, we saw them. They had a decent amount of damage coming out through that third game, but they just didn't manage to get the eliminations towards the end, and they didn't manage to get the placement points like you said before. It is important to find the balance between both placement points and elimination points, especially in a tournament like this with 4 days.
Yeah, and the crazy part is that just one decision, one little slip up, and it's all over. Let's talk about the last game's winners, and that's going to be Team QUESO here, putting up some pretty solid damage across the board here, and some serious eliminations.
It's great to see them kind of go step by step and evolve in the right way. In the previous game in Miramar, I don't know how they got out of the center of La Bandita. In this game, I was a little bit insecure of them playing on the edge of that western bridge. I thought they kind of gatekept the bridge for a little bit too long. It's why I didn't pick them as my prediction, right? But when they did exit out and made their way into the military base, they controlled it as if they were born there.
Well, the great part about that zone, too, is like you have that beautiful hill. That's why they were gatekeeping it. They didn't have to worry about their backs. They know, hey, no one's coming to our side. They're staying in the middle of the zone. But, man, it just works so beautifully for them. I think we have to take a little closer look at that zone here, that zone shift, as it started off in good old military base.
Yeah, we saw it go off in the military base, and Team QUESO, they weren't in the position at that time, I guess. Actually, no, they actually were at the start on the Eastern Bridge. They stopped Furious Gaming from being able to get in, and then Furious Gaming did exactly what QUESO did to Alpha 7 as well. A lot of gatekeeping happened on that side, but I didn't see a lot of that on the eastern side of the map. But you saw, this is the point, I think, Imperium, where you were thinking, I'm not so sure QUESO can actually get the chicken dinner. They're not in the proper position, but somehow they found a way.
Oh, beautiful, just path right down the middle. Got some nice hard cover, and then just, that next zone shift, it was just money for them.
And I love the fact that you gave your NA brethrens the props as a prediction.
I had to.
Right way. And I really hoped for you that it had to come through, and also for Execute, because they played that game extremely well. They weren't in the cleanest of positions compared to Rise, compared to Team QUESO, and they benefited from the fact that INCO were pushing towards Team QUESO, and in the end, they threw nades to get a very strong result.
Yeah. I will say that I feel that they rotated just a little bit later because Team QUESO was on top of that hill. They were chilling nice and easy. Execute was down the bottom. If they moved just a little bit faster, they would have beat Team QUESO to that position. But hey, you know what? Like I said, hindsight's 2020, right? Any little decision could just definitely hurt you big time. Let's take a look at the overall rankings and see where everybody is landing up on this. Papa Loops at the top.
These guys, they managed to get the first chicken dinner of the day, and they managed to get second place on Miramar as well. This time around, they weren't so lucky. They had a good position up until, I want to believe, the 5th zone, and then when they had to move down south, the only thing that could stop them was Rise, and they absolutely demolished them at that point. And we're looking towards the second page. I don't even want to talk about Nova Esports. You mentioned yourself at the start. I feel bad for Glitter as well at this point. Her team's just not performing so far.
I'll tell you, I've been disappointed in Infinity. Right now, lying in 13th, only 14 points in their position in the end of the first game. Oh, sorry.
Those are some acrobatics.
Oh,
what? Parkour.
Oh no! Oh my! Are you kidding me, guys? This is why, right there, you split your jump and vault button, okay? They have to be split. When they're combined like that, one wrong button, you're hopping on over, down to your death.
Just maybe a little bit of Butterfingers, you know, that slip of, you know what he needs to do? He needs to get some of that baby powder on his thumbs and fingers. Sure. He'll be right as rain, tell you.
Not sure what to tell you for that one. I'll be honest with you.
He's feeling the burn after that one, though. That's for sure. I hate to see that. That is not the kind of highlight reel that you want to be on. But guys, go ahead and show us some love. Make sure you go ahead and share those socials. Get on the Twitter. Go ahead and just spread it, all the love. And make sure you use that hashtag PMPL Americas. Don't forget that hashtag. If I see you forget it, coming for you. Okay? Coming for you.
Don't want to anger the Jukes?
Yeah, you really don't want
to. No. Got to use them hashtags, baby. Always, always.
Like I felt the wrath today, look.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, don't anger him and don't be late.
You know what? Well, I'll tell you what. Don't get this question wrong, because this should be an absolute easy one right here. Go ahead and put it in the chat. What do you think it is?
Production just want to make us give away the UC.
You know what? And even questions. I'll tell you what. An even harder question would have been who got the most healing in PMPL Fall. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one, guys, should be an absolute one in the books. Congratulations to everybody that won. But you know what? Let's go ahead and take it on over to the game. Let's take it on over to 7WG and Avenger.
Oh man, Imperium would know a lot about that baby powder. Anyways, Loops, 50 points? You mentioned it too. I mean, they currently have double the points of that 5th place team.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Cardoson himself, 10 eliminations in 3 games. That is wild, Seven. Honestly, Loops popping off. Double the points as 5th as you're talking about. But now we're going to be going to the Joker map, to your favorite, Sanhok. Let's see what happens on that one there, Seven, honestly. Do you think something crazy is going to happen? And also the big question on everybody's mind is Knights going to be uncontested again?
If Knights is uncontested in boot camp, okay,
there's no way. There's no way.
It's going to be madness that teams are going to allow that to happen. Like, I hope not. I hope I see, come on, Brazil, please, don't let me down here. I know you guys aren't going to. Somebody contest boot camp. Do not let Knights take that. And talking about Brazil, a team that I'm actually looking forward to see here in Sanhok that has had just a horrible time so far today with rotations is going to be Alpha 7. That team had 2 placement points, but then when we went to eliminations, they had 16th. And this plane path I mean, could we get any perfect plane path that looks straight down the middle?
Oh yeah.
Somebody, please don't let Knights take boot camp.
All right, what's gonna happen here? Also, question is how contested is this gonna be? Honestly, Sanhok doesn't have as many drops. And here's what we're talking about: 50 of those, 10 of those 50 points we were talking about on Loops is made by Cardoson personally in the eliminations there. Federal also popping off together with Coops and Squasada, and nearly 1,300 damage done in 3 games. That is just crazy. Also, Papi Potro And Team QUESO's done super well for themselves. Okay, so Influence CHEMIN, they are gonna get boot camp and they're gonna be chilling with that. Where is Knights? Are they gonna be?
Knights is gonna be spread actually. They're gonna have a 2-1-1 split. Which I'm not mad at it, but they're gonna have to be careful though. I mean, between Influence CHEMIN and also between Loops, I think Knights is gonna try to make a push towards that south mountain. And we do have actually a hot drop. We do have Rise falling in with Just for Fun. They're going to be landing. So let's see what's going to happen here. There's already one player.
Paradise.
One player actually finished.
Welcome to my paradise.
They're Just for Fun.
Yeah. If you're going into paradise, you're going to have plenty of fun. That's for sure, right? So, okay, let's see, Nino. You're going to be pushing aggressively. This heal is probably going to get off. Oh my god, that was just 1 second there. No more bullets. Oh, he's gonna go down. Trick. That is just so unfortunate for Rise right there. Let's see if they're able to completely close this one off here. Mufasa, last player. M249 in hand, though. That could be dangerous.
It could be dangerous, but some of the players there from Just for Fun are gonna might have the advantage.
Oh, say hello to my little friend.
They land right next to each other, and look at that. It took a little bit of time there for Nate to realize, hey, you're not on my team. You know what? Let me actually eliminate you. And this is going to be perfect for Just for Fun. A team that was only able to get 2 eliminations in the first 3 matches, getting 4 in a way easy eliminations here, not losing any players. Just what Just for Fun might need to turn it around here today.
Yeah, huge for them. Knights, they are going to be taking this crossing here, the triangle of death, depending on where we go, but this circle is kind of scary. We could be going on the Alpha Island on that northwestern side, but the question is really where the second one goes. Knights, they have decided to hold on to this important crossing where the bridges kind of meet, and that is that's a really good spot for sure to hold on to, especially in a circle like this here. Let's see what's going on with that. Only playing it once per day, but we're going to be having tons of fun with it here. It is game number 4 of PMPL Fall Championship. It is crazy, and the teams, they are really poised to be playing their very best to get the bragging rights and the legacy, and also obviously the potential MVP spot for that to be the best team and player to be coming out of the whole Western continents.
Yeah, I think one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at here that Sandstorm didn't want to talk about earlier just because of the way they were looking in the overall. Nova Esports. I mean, if there was ever a map to turn it around for them, this usually tends to be their favorite map because they do end up having to heal strat. We have seen it over and over and over again, especially in North America during that PMPL. And Nova's just going to be playing this super patient. They're going to know that there's going to be a lot of teams towards their north. I'm pretty sure these teams have played scrimmages against each other. I wouldn't be surprised if Nova just tries to go for the save points and tries to go for the heal strat. As we do see here, Influence CHEMIN trying to go towards Extreme Slayers, and this might be an early fight. That Extreme Slayer. Okay, I was about to say I wasn't sure if Extreme Slayers was aware that they were getting pushed on, but Hayuya throwing that utility that way lets me know that they are aware. And Brian might be able to get an angle here on some of the Influence CHEMIN players.
Ooh, aggressive play from them. I like what I'm seeing. But he is he's alone. Ryan. Ooh, good shots on the Federal. Federal half HP. Now they know that they're there. Little boy also kind of dodging and weaving. I think he's disengaging. Yeah, he's running. He is sending it away, man. That is for sure. Yeah. Trying to just get away. This is life intact. Not to be pointed today.
And I think this ended up working out perfect for Influence CHEMIN. With just, I mean, Extreme Slayers backing off from that, and now Just for Fun being like on their tail. If Influence CHEMIN and Extreme Slayers would have gotten into a 5, Just for Fun would have had just an amazing Sanhok match in regards to the eliminations, because they might have been able to just third-party this. You can see Robert GG, Nesquik, and Hayuya setting themselves up, thinking and hoping that this circle is going to be going towards the west. We'll have to wait and see. We were talking about this circle earlier. For the players, they tend to absolutely hate. And I mean hate the way this circle is currently set up. But myself, as a caster and as a viewer, I cannot wait to see the mayhem that this circle is going to cause, because it can go absolutely anywhere at this point.
Yeah, you do love torturing the players, that's for sure, because this can be a rough one. And in general, Sanhok, you know, there's so many shifts and so many situations where it's just going to be such a rough game. Taking some shots just for fun. With the good long-range scopes here. 3x's, 4x's on the M4s. M16s in hand as well. Trying to get some information here, but they're just chilling. Honestly, like what I'm seeing from this. This is just, you know, a battle for information and for giving a little bit of ADR and information out that, okay, we're here. Shooting all the guns at the same time, a little bit of peacocking.
Yeah, if there was ever a map to be aggressive on and kind of make people back off, it would be Sanhok.
For sure.
It's so close. It sets up other teams so easily to be able to third party that it's good. I'm loving what I'm seeing there from Just For Fun, at least letting them know, hey, influence CHEMIN, don't even try to come back this way if the circle does end up rotating, and here we go. Where is this circle gonna go? You can see Nova, a major split, which leads me to believe that they might actually be going for that heal off. Infinity 2 currently waiting super patient to see where this circle is gonna go. And he ends up actually going towards northwest.
Yeah, that's a rough circle.
Which, I mean, I was going to say, it might not be the best thing. I'm pretty sure a lot of these other teams were hoping for an E circle. This is even
Look
worse.
how many out in blue.
You still don't know where you're going to be going. Extreme Slayers, I mean, with the rotation that they did earlier, I think they're just going to have to continue to wait it out and see where the next circles do end up going.
Yeah, there's so many teams out in the blue as well here, Seven. It's crazy. Nova, Infinity, ATON still outside, and they're going to be having to moving in. Furious Gaming, they're kind of chilling. They're going to be moving in slowly. Let's see if they're going to be able to kind of backfill a little bit here with Knights is playing. Knights trying to get some information, jumping in the car. Trigger. He's going to be able to hear this or not. I'm not sure. We'll see though. Just running in that direction.
I think with the early rotation there from Knights, that's going to benefit him in a big way, right? Sometimes what we end up seeing with teams that end up being where Knights was, they end up waiting there just way too long. But Knights making that rotation quickly, being aware of their surroundings, looking back, knowing that there's going to be teams following them. Great stuff that I'm seeing here for Knights and all the full players.
Also, VIVO Keat starts here. We got to remember that high ground can be deadly if you're able to hold on to it. They're all 4 alive, kind of set up in a way where they're making sure nobody can kind of sneak up on top of them and below them. So they're going to be potentially having a good game as well. But definitely a lot of teams are going to be having to cross the water and the bridges right now. And some teams are looking to capitalize on that situation.
You can see a lot of the teams using these buggies just as scouts, trying to figure out where some of the other teams might be currently at. Furious Gaming currently doing it here with Milovan, and we saw it earlier, I think it was with Xenox as well. And here comes the shots from Knights. Now they do know where Furious Gaming is going to be at. Even if they got a knock, there's no way that they're going to try to push this. They're going to be playing this super patient and just trying to keep an eye out for teams that might just overexpose themselves and give them an easy knock.
Ooh, Coops. Big MVP here from PMPL. Shots towards Furious Gaming. That is some really good controlled shots with the M4 3X. Liking what I'm seeing here. He only has a 3 vest and a 3 helmet. Oh, it's 1 vest and a 1 helmet right there. He really would like an upgrade, that's for sure. 30% damage reduction instead of 40. And less durability. That's really important for him to have into the later stages of the game.
Yep, and I would like for Knights to figure out what they're going to end up doing here. We saw, as I was mentioning earlier, we saw Xenox trying to scout. Are they going to try to go for a heal off here? But with Knights, you mentioned it too, VIVO Keat is going to have that height advantage, and if Knights doesn't end up picking a certain compound here, it might make it easier for VIVO Keat. And on top of that, now they have to worry about Furious Gaming having that high ground and as well as execute. Knights needs to figure out which way they're going to want to go.
Yeah, that's for sure.
In which compound they're going to want to just hold.
Right, ATON with the not so fast bikes, let's call it that way, and loops on screen. They're holding down onto this compound. Good compound for sure. The circle is closing here, and the question is really, are we going to have a lot of water in play? We're going to be forcing the teams that are not on that alpha island yet to cross 7. That is really the big question, because we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish. Half of the teams or so is still not on that alpha island, and that is obviously crucial for them to get over there. And how do they move? Nova inside the blue, Infinity in blue, ATON in blue, Alpha 7 moving in. Potentially could be getting that crate. Level 3 gear here is huge. Oh, that's a lot of water still in play, 7.
It is a lot of water, and you're still, I mean, more than likely the circle is going to end up going towards the west, but there's still that slight chance that it could go east. So a lot of those teams are going to be undecisive on which way to go. And I'm even going to be more intrigued to what Knights is going to be doing. I was talking about those compounds earlier, how they're going to be adjusting to this circle. You can see, I believe that's one of their players in a buggy trying to figure out which way they might end up rotating around. And with Alpha 7, I mean, in a way, this is a bit of a blessing, right? Because it doesn't force you to cross any bridges. It doesn't force you to cross towards that west. And they might have just gotten, in a way, just a tiny bit blessed with the circle.
All right. Extreme Slayers, Alpha 7, inside this new circle here, but still, eventually they were thinking that they should be crossing, but again, we could see a Eastern shift. Now Revo is going to be going down to Brian. Utility's coming out, Mafioso, trying to get him down. That's Brian down, Lil Boy from a different angle, getting some help here. Ooh, Mythic, taking down extremely low. Carelio is going to be able to finish off Brian. And first grenade elimination is going to be going to Carelio from Alpha 7. I really feel like Alpha 7's potential here after Mythic joined them from Rise just before PMWI, that is potentially one of the teams with the biggest potential on a global stage. These players has insane mechanical skill, and with the right set and number of games, they could be definitely be a top contender, especially looking at how much Vampire they dominated at PMWI, and they got second in the after party.
I believe so too, and I think with this, with the way the first day is going, even though Alpha 7 might not be currently towards the top 5, I think it might end up benefiting this team, because with those crazy rotations that they have had to do, they're going to be able to go back, watch the VOD, and see how some teams are reacting to them pushing, are reacting to just not being blessed by the zone. Alpha 7, you know, in a weird way, might end up benefiting big time from the, at least from the first 3 matches once they go back and VOD review. And just for fun now, getting close with Influence CHEMIN, and they are going to be getting a knock. Can they get another knock here? This is the push that they wanted to see. Influence CHEMIN being able to at least knock one player there for just for fun. Here comes the grenades. Law trying to make him back off. 2 players from just for fun getting knocked. Now it's only going to be Nate. Nate is able to behind the rock. Meanwhile, Law being able to finish off. Those are great points for his team right there. Nate missing the grenade towards the window. And if there was ever a time for Alpha 7 to third party, that's
a good nade.
If you want to have a little bit of a high ground here.
It's a little too early.
It detonated too.
I really think that Nate would be on point with his nades, considering his name. They're going to be pushing here. Kayovsky in first CHEMIN, trying to close this off, and they're going to be able to, I think they're going to be able to get these reses up as well. Are they going to be able to catch Lil Boy? I think so. That'll be huge for them. Alpha 7, though, on the third party timing is perfect. Federal trying to crawl in. Lil Boy's going to die out, and Federal potentially could be getting this off. Do they know where they are? That's a good nade, potentially. Could be going straight into that. Get him.
They do know where they are, but they need to be careful because they're gonna.
Oh my God! The shift 7.
As you can see, exit.
Went east. What?
Oh, talk about a bless.
Oh my God!
Talk about a bless here for Alpha 7. They need to win this fight, and they're possibly gonna be set for at least a top 3. And I know we're talking about the timing there from third party and from Alpha 7. I wish they would have third party just a bit sooner. I think they were debating it. And I think it has to do with just how unlucky they have been so far today when it comes to the circles. But Alpha 7 positioning themselves to looking to take a fight here with Influence CHEMIN. And now it comes down to all the other teams, right? Knights. What is Knights going to be doing? VIVO key to that high ground that you had earlier that a lot of people look to have. It's not going to matter. Now it comes down to how can we make a rotation towards this new circle.
Oh my God, that is the wildest circle I've seen in a long while. Knights trying to swim across, getting on below the Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN. Execute below the bridge. They're going to be dynamite fishing here in a second, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're going to be doing, and a lot of teams are going to be setting themselves up for that too. Alpha 7 decides to back off that third party that they wanted to do. They knew that by this time they were going to be, I mean, Influence CHEMIN was going to be fully reset. especially with all the extra loot that they were going to be able to get from just for fun as well. And Alpha 7 do what Alpha 7 does, focus on some of the other teams that are rotating and seeing if they can get any type of just free eliminations, free points added to their tally.
That's not going to connect anything. Mafioso also looking in the direction of the fishies in the water. That's some good shots right there. Being able to control that M4 with that 3x on a distance. That is good to see. Nova and Infinity, by the way, they are fighting outside ruins on the southwest bridge of Camp Alpha, trying to fight each other off in the blue. That is kind of funny. ATON, Fran.
I bet you money Nova did not expect that at all. That's usually, with this rotation, that's usually what Nova's used to doing, and that's where they actually end up being able to just do the heal. And Nova getting eliminated 14th place with just 2 eliminations. They took so much time trying to loot. It ends up backfiring for them. And guess what? Now with all the loot that Infinity is going to have from that fight with Nova, they might be able to somehow secure at least a top 4 finish. With just
Jaguar just picking them apart right there. A lot of shots coming on tonight. Oh, VIVO Kid as well over there. They're also going to have to be forced to move in this situation, and it's so many teams going to be crammed to a tiny area with a huge amount of water. Time to put on your bathing suits and your flip-flops and get into the water, guys.
Yeah, if there was ever a time, this might be it, especially
V2.
They're gonna have to go for it. INCO Gaming, oh, so close. He heard you. He heard you perfectly, Avenger. He was gonna go for it, but Jason and Execute, I mean, they've been under that bridge for a minute now, and they've been able to take advantage of it here. Reyes, QUESO, can he get any knocks here?
That's one.
Oh, he's going to be able to finish the elimination right there. Now it's going to be Toiko. Toiko has been amazing so far today when it comes down to one.
I swear Toiko is the best red dot player in the world. Honestly, this guy has hit some of the wildest sprays just with a red dot. Now he has an MG with a red dot on. That's going to be deadly. McGrillen sending it onto the bridge. Nobody's actually really holding that top side. He's going to be going straight towards a potential DBS. Oh, McGrillen. Oh, no, he had a DBS as well. No. Robert, he's going to be like, thanks for the loot. I need some of those bullets.
McGrillen was so eager to just get into that compound that he forgot to just double check, make sure nobody was in there.
This is so hectic.
Unlucky, but for VIVO Kid, I mean, for the rotation VIVO Kid has had to do for them to even still be alive is quite impressive, and I think their demise might be coming here. It's such a hard rotation for them.
Influence CHEMIN went back to that compound. ATON is fine on that eastern side. We are going to be having so many teams eliminated on this western side here. In the blue, in the water, they're just getting picked apart.
They're going to be getting picked apart. VIVO Kid decided to back off a little bit more. Alpha 7 starting to relocate themselves. I think they might be sending to Influence CHEMIN here. Loops currently getting knocked as well. So much action currently happening. You can see Loops trying to figure out where they're getting shot from. They're not able to spot anybody. Stream Slayers to Robert GG getting some angles. And Alpha 7 actually gets eliminated with just 4 eliminations. A 9th place finish. They have not had some of the best place finishes here today. But keep in mind, Alpha 7 is one of those teams that has already gotten a spot to PMGC, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure they still want to get a chance to win this Avenger. I'm pretty sure they want a piece of that $150,000
that's for sure.
prize.
Huge chunk of change right there. Look at all that cheese, is what Hot Juke said. The only one that's not looking at cheese right now, that's Team QUESO, that's for sure. Influence CHEMIN.
Team QUESO. I mean, with this, Influence CHEMIN might be looking good here. Especially Federal somehow is able to get a knock here on ATON Esports. This might just be what they need. Influence CHEMIN, I mean, right now they're getting a lot of information. Actually, a lot of teams are allowing them to get this information. ATON now deciding to move a little bit, being forced to move by that blue zone. And with all the information Influence CHEMIN was able to get earlier, he's going to become the utility from them. Can they get any type of knock? They are going to be causing some damage. ATON Esports is able to spot
good shots.
Federal being able to get a knock there on Fran. And now Influence CHEMIN, with all the information they gathered earlier, now they're getting the angles, and this should be easy pickings. They should be able to spot Sanhok from ATON Esports. They are going to be able to do that. He's going to get knocked. That's going to be extra 2 points there for Federal and Influence.
Federal is just too good, I swear. It's crazy. Fran gone down. I think points there makes sense. Influence CHEMIN. Look at that. That's some hefty jumping. He's going to have to run fast. Gotta go fast. Nope. Not fast enough.
Oh, he's not able to make it. I mean, so far today, we're seeing Brazil continue on the dominance that we saw earlier in the spring. If for some reason, I mean, I think Influence CHEMIN is going to be able to win this game with the way currently everything is set up. That's going to be 3 wins for Brazil out of 4 matches that we have played so far, which is just wild to see. And remember earlier we were talking about the crazy fight that we had between Infinity and Nova. I mentioned it. I mean, with how much heals Nova tends to carry at that point of the map, Infinity might be able to actually clutch up a 2nd place finish here. Just
that would be wild, honestly. And it's crazy. You're kind of not expecting that amount of heals being available, but Robert, he's chilling right now. I do love myself some heal offs though. While Influence CHEMIN is just, wiping the floor with all the teams inside the circle, then Nitsu only has bandages left. Now he's gonna try to get in. There's no chance that he's gonna get in now. Does he find maybe a first hit here? No, he's dead. All right, unfortunate. Robert secured another point. That is good. Able to secure another point for them.
It's going to be great for his team. Influence CHEMIN, though. I think Law's going to be able to spot him right there. He is going to be able to spot him. He does have the DBS. He might be able to get it.
Oh, my God. Oh, with the help from the top.
He missed his 2nd shot.
Oh, yeah. The help from the top was too strong. 14 first aids? What the?
14.
You still have 14 first aids for? Oh, yeah. Well, never mind. I shouldn't have asked.
Nova
had 38 first aids on their bodies, plus whatever Infinity had. Yeah, that is crazy. How many first aids do they have? Infinity. Okay, sure, that's why. Crazy to see. Honestly, this is some wild things. Circles.
He might be able to set some kind of record here. He's going to be able to set the record for most heals, possibly. He's going to cross the 3,000 mark in regards to heal offs, which, if I remember correctly, I think the Nova players would usually end up getting around 2.4K, 2.5K, but I never seen at 3,000. By the way, Influence CHEMIN, great performance out of them. I mean, we saw what they were able to do. They were able to stay within that area, in a way, blessed by the circle, but they were able to take advantage. Remember, they took advantage of the area towards the north right now on your screen by pushing out Extreme Slayers and then just holding off just for fun as well. Now, could possibly, this will be crazy, but could Infinity somehow heal off and beat
No chance.
Influence CHEMIN? Okay.
No chance.
Okay.
Look at that. All right, here. All the emotes are coming in. I like that. Sohan's going to be out of first aid soon, that's for sure. To Infinity and beyond. To Infinity and beyond all the first aids. That's second last first aid he's popping now. And then Influence CHEMIN, they're going to be dancing inside the circle. But yeah, you said here we have it. It's the defending champs. Yeah. I like what I'm seeing. Probably new record. Oh, yeah, nice.
There you go.
Probably new record for sure as well. I would assume so.
Yeah, definitely new records in regards to heal offs there. But Influence CHEMIN being able to get that win right there, that's going to push them up nicely. Their first win of the day as well. But Brazil, I mean, we talked about it. We talked about how dominating Brazil has been this whole year. And I think they're continuing to show that. I'll say it again. 3 wins out of the 4 matches today has gone for Brazil. If that doesn't say dominance, I don't know what will.
No, that's for sure. Brazil coming in with this one here strong. We saw it the last time. We saw it in the spring edition of the championship here. They are extremely strong. We also saw it obviously at PMWI, but I'm really hoping to see there continues that we're going to be seeing some more teams at the very top that are able to contest them. Obviously, we're only 4 games through. We've got 20 more to go.
Yeah, 2 more to go today, and I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about that match after this break.
Enemy 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
And here comes Brazil, coming in hot. We saw a nice chicken dinner there from Influence CHEMIN there, and I think I want to say this, okay? I know one team that needs to send a check over to Koi, right? And that's gonna be Infinity. Wow. Perfect name for how many first aids they had. Just healing on up, getting that guaranteed second place. Can't really blame them there.
They did what they needed to do, right? It was definitely targeted. We'll touch upon it more later on. And if you can't beat them, join them. And it was great play by Infinity.
Yeah, and this is something that we touched on at the beginning of the broadcast. A lot of teams are going to be going for those eliminations. But when we get to Sanhok, how many teams are going to be focused on going for that healing strat? And it was very, very well read by Infinity and just getting all those free heals by the end of the game. But we're seeing here, you know, Rise, they had an incredible performance in the previous game. So did INCO as well in the previous game. But the winner chicken dinner kind of curse comes into play here with them getting eliminated a little bit too early.
To be fair, when I was looking at kind of drop spot contentions, I didn't expect a Paradise Resort hot drop to come through between two teams.
Yeah.
Credit where it's due for fun. They absolutely slayed Rise, and that's a big battle to slay.
Absolutely. And then unfortunately for them, they get that, you know, nice battle one, and then the first circle heads all the way over to that northwestern side. And whenever that happens, we should see the team that lands there just get a nice dominating play. But you see here, Influence CHEMIN did what they needed to do and got it done.
I made a note on kind of phase 1, phase 2, that I wasn't really happy with Influence CHEMIN's rotation. I thought it was kind of weird. I thought they would have gone a little bit maybe more directly towards that Northwest Island across from boot camp, right? To maybe gatekeep Knights and cut them off, a little bit of a targeted play. Look, credit where it's due. In the end, they made it work in the right way.
Yeah, they were the ones that made the first move because it was both them and Alpha 7 towards the south side of Zone 4, Zone 5. And the second they made that move to take control of the compound, that was it. The game was set and done.
Yeah, I mean, the way to get it done, too. That hard shift back on over to that side just paid off dividends for them, too. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not going to say a little, pretty disappointed there in ATON Esports. They had that spot. I knew that zone was going to go there, but they said, hey, let's just chill here and wait. Maybe this compound's already taken. If they would have been aggressive and took that compound first, I think they would have had that chicken dinner.
That's true, but a little bit of a factor in play was the fact that they were battling against Team QUESO, and sometimes when a team is in an engagement or they just win out an engagement, they're a little bit slower to maybe react to the next circle shift. There's that small bit of a delay or lag, as you might call it, and that could have been a little bit of a factor of why they didn't push down into that compound.
Could be indeed, but hey, this is PMPL Americas, baby. You can't have any of that lag at all. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between two teams that ain't lagging, and that's for sure. It's Loops Esports and Influence CHEMIN. They have started off pretty darn strong here.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil's just coming out swinging in these games that we can see. Loops and Influence CHEMIN, their stats are so close. And keep in mind, this is across the last 4 games that we've seen so far. I mean, the average eliminations, the difference is just so minimal in this day and one for these two teams.
However, between the two, up until that final game, Influence CHEMIN hadn't converted that average damage, right? Whereas now, with that chicken dinner, they're resulting in those points.
Let's take a look here at the highlights here. That's so crazy to see. Almost 6 eliminations on average here in day number 1. You could not ask for a better start. And this is why we're seeing Brazil just dominate here, at least there at the start.
Yeah, and that was the first fight that we've seen in the highlights. That's what you wanted to touch on, Imperium, with Team QUESO and ATON Esports with their fight. The fact that maybe they were too busy, they weren't able to see, they didn't get any information whatsoever about the other locations. Maybe that little bit of a fight is what actually caused them to not go for the compound. And unfortunately for them, didn't manage to get a lot of points towards the end of that game, and Influence CHEMIN definitely happy with the decision that ATON made.
Oh, absolutely, man. I'd love to see this new DBS meta. I mean, it's honestly, I like to see it, but I'll tell you what, I know these players don't. But you know what, guys? Let's test your knowledge to see where everyone's at right now in the chat. Go ahead. You have a nice little poll down here. Go ahead and see which one is correct. Who was that MVP there for PMPL LATAM Fall? Should be another easy one as well, I think.
Should be relatively easy, you know, a little bit of a search if you don't know. It's there. The truth is out there, folks.
Yes. Hey, you know what? The truth shall set you free, guys. Go ahead and tell all your friends. Let them know about this show right here because, guys, as you can see right here at the bottom, once the peak concurrent viewers hits 20,000, 40,000, 60,000 across all channels, every single person in Americas is going to win one of those concurring nice little prizes down there, you know?
And Sandstorm's going to give 10k UC to...
Somehow he's saying Sandstorm now when we literally shook hands on the stream. It's both of us, but now it's only Sandstorm. Okay.
No, for the peak and curve view.
All right, guys. All right. Make sure you guys check out that game center as well to be able to pick up those rewards. And you know what? We see Brazil starting out so strong, and we talk so much about how important it is to have a strong start. It's only 4 days here. They matter big time. Honestly, I know that last match had to really hurt Nova. You know, considering that they had those first 8s, they wanted to put some big placement points. They are not starting off strong here.
I mean, Nova Esports, they were going for a lot of heals.
Yeah.
It was pretty obvious from the start. I mean, they looted Sammy, they looted Nakam as well, Tambang, and then they rotated all the way to the east of Ruins. And then just in that moment, Infinity came crawling and they just destroyed them.
Well, it was a little bit of a domino effect because normally Infinity dropped Painan, but Loops took that spot from them. So they split drop Doc, so they were already going for a little bit of a heal strat. And you can see with the average heal
average?
from Nova, normally that's much higher, but because of what Infinity targeted them on, and it was a genuine target based off the fact that everybody knows that Nova's going to go for the heal strat. And I'm all for being technically predictable, but if you become so predictable that it's very easy to be targeted, you got to switch it up.
Okay, well, you know what? You said technically predictable, so you know what? I want you to be actually predictable right now. So I want you to put on your coaching hat. That's right. If you had that coaching hat, you're in the room with Nova, right? You got to hype them up. What would you tell them right now, Imperium? You let me know.
Okay, what would I say to them to hype them up?
Coach Imperium.
At the end of the day, you got to play the way you believe you can play, right? You scratch what's happened over the last 4 games. You don't worry about it. You just go, hey, guys, you know what you can do out there. Play as a team, rotate smoothly. I know it's the fundamentals, but there's a reason why they are the fundamentals.
Hey, gotta get it done. You gotta get it going here. We got another match up and ready. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters. Match number 5.
Oh, let's go, Coach Imperium. Yes, I'm listening to you. That got me hyped. What he was trying to say is you play to win the game. That's what he was trying to say. You know what? I'm with it.
Shoot for the points.
By the way, I'm also with the point that he made in regards to Nova of just becoming too predictable. If you are going to do a heal off Nova, you always, and I mentioned it too during the match, you always tend to do a heal off towards that west. You know what? Maybe tomorrow, if you do end up having to do a heal off, if you want to go for it, just don't do it on the exact same location that you've been doing it for the past month on PMPL North America, because a lot of these teams went in, you best believe, they saw what was happening over there.
Yeah, exactly. You got to do something that all these teams don't expect because all your history is out there, right? You are exactly open to be completely researched to the bones by all these teams, and 100% when they're going into an Americas Championship like this, they're going to be extremely prepared and know exactly where you're going to be going here. So yeah, you got to scratch the predictability here and maybe play a little bit like you're not to be expected to be playing, because they got the mechanical skill, that's for sure, and they have got to be winning some more. We know how well they're able to play, of course. Obviously, thanks to Realme for joining us here at the PMPL Americas Fall Championship 7. This is a Eastern-ish plane pad, but still you're kind of able to get some of these vehicles and jump in and get your usual loot spot.
Yeah, with this, I mean, in a way, this kind of reminds me a little bit of that first Erangel plane path, right? It is a little bit more towards the center, so a lot of the other teams are going to be able to do their usual rotations. And I wonder, actually, if Alpha 7 is going to try to go for that North George, or if they're going to just try to go for the military base. And with what I'm seeing right now, Revo's not jumping off. Alpha 7 might actually want to go to military base, and you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with them just trying different stuff right now, because whatever they're currently doing in regards to placement points is not working, but they are a team that's able to frag out a lot. If we actually were to look at all the stats from all the other teams, I think Alpha 7 is 4th place in regards to just fragging alone, which is impressive. Now they just need to start locking down those placement points.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, a situation like this here, imagine if Alpha 7, they jump to military base twice in 3 games, and they don't get the military zone circle that only was there once. If they don't get it now, it's going to be unfortunate. Nope, they didn't get this now either. So 2 out of 3 times we go military base. It went to military base in the 1 game we didn't go. That's kind of unfortunate there. But yeah, for sure, this is a kind of easy circle here. A lot of land in play, but there's still this river here that is going from Georgia Pole to Yasnaya that's kind of opening it up if it's going to end on the north or southern side here, Seven.
Yeah, Alpha 7 is just, you know, hating life right now. They are not getting blessed in any way, shape, or form. But it kind of goes back to what I was saying in the previous match. Yeah, they're not getting blessed, but they're going to be able to learn just so much intel in regards to how some of these teams are reacting to this type of rotations, too. Even if they don't end up getting the placement points that we expect out of them, they're still being able to frag out. They're still Alpha 7. It is day 1. We usually don't really say this about many teams, but there is some teams that I guess could possibly slack in the first day, and one of those teams would be Alpha 7, because we know once they start putting up points, you mentioned it too there with Mythic, how they're able, every performance out of that player, if they come in together, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some type of 20 elimination win out of that team.
Oh, that'd be easily done for them, that's for sure. The question is, do they get into the zone at the right time, at the right place, and actually be able to set themselves up? Because their mechanical skill and the players in that team is just insane. Some of the best in the world. Now Loops, they're going to be rotating. Oops, insane performance so far here, 57 points total. 34 from placement. That is just crazy to see, just with 1 chicken dinner. And yeah, Loops, Team QUESO, INCO Gaming, and Influence CHEMIN are the winner chicken dinners winner currently. Pretty crazy to see that top heavy dominance, but still, PITTSBURGH Knights 10 points behind Influence CHEMIN right now, 35 on 45. So still within striking distance to that top 3.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Knights to be a little bit more prominent in that last Sanhok. They only ended up getting, I believe it was a total of just 3 points, 2 out of those points coming from eliminations. For them to still being able to maintain a 5th place here so far on the overall, it's great to see. But I think at some point we would like to see a win out of Knights, and a convincingly win, like how they usually end up doing in their region. And after that, I mean, Nova, you heard what Coach Imperium just told you. You guys gotta wake up at some point here. They have to start being a little bit more aggressive if that's what they want to do. They need to be just more consistent and concise on what they're wanting to do. It's just a lot of, okay, maybe we go this way. You know what? Let's not go that way. Let's back off.
Right.
I feel like if they do end up making a rotation, they have to stick with it and just fight it out if they do end up getting into a fight. From time to time, we have seen it seems like they just don't want to get into those early fights, and they got to stop being so predictable too.
Yeah, for sure. Nova Esports currently with 6 points, only 51 points behind first place. That is kind of unheard of compared to how much they usually dominate the PMPL. And honestly, it is just crazy that they've been left behind already here just with 4 games played. But yeah, a few good crazy games from them, and we're going to be seeing them straight back to the top. They did finish 2nd place in PMPL NA, and they were quite far ahead of 3rd place, so you definitely expect them to be outperforming the rest of the NA teams. But right now, we're just seeing a lot of dominance from Brazil and Latin America.
Yeah, and I think the big question mark, too, was how was Latin America going to be doing? Remember, we mentioned it at the beginning of the show, too. So far, I mean, Team QUESO has been performing amazingly. I'm actually really surprised with the way this team has been playing, being able to get a chicken dinner, too, on their first day. That's great to see for them to continue to be consistent. I mean, they got 28 placement points, too, with 21 eliminations. That's what you want to see out of a team that's going to be trying to stay within those top 3, right? Trying to just stay within the top so they can possibly go to PMGC. And you can see the team that we're talking about earlier, Nova, trying to figure out which way they're going to be doing. Scouting out Koi, the player that tends to be the heel strat player for Nova Esports. He ended up backfiring in that previous Sanhok, but I think Nova might be able to bounce back from this. I think Nova can definitely finish within the top 5. Not today, maybe after tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely a team that has the potential to do so. Koi on screen, jumping around a little bit. And obviously it's interesting because Knights already at PMGC, Furious Gaming already at PMGC, Vivo Keat Stars, Alpha 7 already at PMGC. These teams don't need it, but this is obviously the absolute best practice and tournament you can have leading into PMGC that will be starting shortly, right? So if you're able to compete against some of these teams here, you're definitely going to be able to compete in the global stage. Chief.
Especially when they go to the league stage, because they end up fighting at least some of these teams. I mean, we always end up seeing Brazil. They're always going to end up seeing Brazil too. And then it becomes with Western European. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in regards to PMGC. I'm really excited for that. But for right now, Americas, Brazil is bringing it. Latin America is bringing it. Knights is at least being able to maintain themselves there within the top 5. And another team actually from North America that I would like to see a little bit more that are maintaining themselves within the top 8 is going to be Execute. We really haven't seen much of this team. And I believe the roster might be a little bit different too than what it was in the finals. I don't think I have seen Sixless there yet. It's not just Sixless, but I do feel like during those finals, for him being able to just put the pressure off Fate, which was the IGL, and Sixless being able to become an IGL as well for that team, it allowed Fate to just be able to frag out a lot more. I'm wondering if at some point they are going to be making that switch and testing that out like they did during finals for North America's PMPL.
Yeah, for sure. Rise on screen. Nova as well here. They're going to be having to moving a little bit around. Circle is closing. Not a lot of decisions should be made here on first circle, but once you see the second and third circle pop, that is where we're really going to be seeing the teams commit to some of those compounds. Right now, it's the time for gathering the information, trying to get as much information around. If you can do that from the center circle, you know, middle out, that is really, really beneficial to kind of planning your way ahead. You want to have a plan no matter where the circle goes. You want to have a plan where to go next, and this is where this information gathering is really important. That's really where you want to share that to your IGL. This is where you see your big teams really succeed with doing so. Yeah, Federal on 11. Cadozen didn't get any eliminations in the last game, but Federal was managing to put themselves up with a lot of eliminations and damage here. He's now highest damage and highest elims here.
And I'm happy to see there, Coops Toiko. I mean, Toiko, I'm actually surprised that he didn't have that many eliminations too within the top 3. Because that man has just been putting up great performances. And look at that circle. This is going to benefit, in a way, Alpha 7 and INCO Gaming, too, those teams that are currently rotating from the south. As a lot of teams were expecting it just to go a little bit more towards the east, and now we're going to start to see a bit of a shift there of all those teams that were towards the east get a little bit more center. You can see Knights rotating, Rise as well rotating, and Stream Slayers, too, trying to calm down from the north a little bit more. Team QUESO, a team that already has at least one chicken dinner here today under their belt. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to at least try to secure another one. Puppy Poacher just waiting patiently, seeing if he can see anybody rotating. And while he's at it, just refueling that bad boy. Lamborghini skin. I still, you know what? I didn't get that one, sadly.
Lamborghini Urus. Fantastic looking car. Good sounding as well.
Yes.
And also, Team QUESO kind of looks nice with that logo on next to that car. That's for sure. Vivo Keat Stars, good rotation here. They're going to be going towards a really good important compound here. They're going to be locking that down early. The kind of small. Oh, yeah. All right. I guess.
Okay.
They're going to be backing that up, so it's all the tires obviously as covered as possible. Now INCO. Currently third place, 45 points total, just 12 behind Loops. Impressive performance. Obviously won PMPL Brazil. Was only a BO6, but still they did win quite effectively. Now Jaguar here on screen, moving about. Knights close. INCO
Jaguar is one of those teams currently in 10th place with 24 points. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to turn around their day and at least carry some kind of momentum at least going into tomorrow. INCO Gaming, though, making them back off, finding a great position, and this is what I was saying. With the circle rotation that we just had earlier, it was going to benefit some of these teams that were just rotating from the south up north. And Alpha 7 is actually doing a wide rotation on the circle, just pretty much the edge of the circle, and I think they might try to go towards that north island.
Yeah, that the north part there, north of the river would be wild. Honestly, if they get a shift that direction and have one of the better compounds there, that would be insane. Yeah, it's typical you there, Seven. You know, hoping for the absolute worst case scenario for the vast majority of the players. I like that. But on the other hand, the vast majority of the circle is on the southern side. It's like a 65% or so on that southern side chance, and that's why we see. Yep. Obviously, all the players are trying to set up for that. But if you're coming in late, you want to see, all right, we're not going to get any of the center spots, but if we could get a center spot on the lesser likely chance, then it would be good for Alpha 7 and execute.
Go Furious Gaming, keeping an eye on just for fun, trying to figure out if they might give him a chance to just shoot Influence CHEMIN as well. Very, very close to Furious Gaming. And here comes that circle closing in. And I think Alpha 7 is going to be hoping that it goes towards, it still has Rosshawk in and towards the north, because then they can take advantage of the usual compound towards the north of Rosshawk across that river, which can be very, very strong. And guess what?
That's Sender.
It is going to be available. Oh. It's still a rough circle, though, with that river in between.
For sure, for sure. The potential for some of the teams can send it in if they don't have any good compound right now. You have Jungle just north of school, big compound right now that's being held on to by, I think it's Nova, right? It is. I see Shifan there. So Jungle straight in the smack bang center, kind of hard to defend if somebody crashes or multiple team crashes it, but still it's a really good spot right now. No, Alpha 7 is going to be going in on the northern side, and a lot of teams is going to be inside Rosshawk, and that's going to be extremely contested if it doesn't end up ending inside Rosshawk. Rise right now fighting is Nino.
4 teams right now currently in Rosshawk. It's not a side that we're used to seeing here. And you're absolutely right. Alpha 7 is going to continue to go towards the north. And they're going to just wish and hope that for some reason their circle stops messing with them and goes north, so they can maybe end up there partying some of the teams that are going to have to cross that river. Anything can happen here, though. Team QUESO playing patiently. We saw what they were able to do earlier in Erangel when they were in the military base. They didn't really want to take any fights unless they really had to. It worked out wonders for them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try to do the exact same thing here.
All right, Robert, what can you do? They're going to be chilling. This is going to be kind of a stalemate. They're waiting for the circle to kind of shift away or put them in a rougher spot. I don't see much clearing happening right now. That would be, you would be setting up kind of a chance to get more points by the elims, but if you're able to get into late game with your positioning right now, that would be a lot of placement points that it would be giving up. So it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate and a little bit of a kind of fend off right now. VIVO keyed on the southern side there, looking towards all the other teams here. The question is really, where do we see the rest of the teams going in? Team QUESO on that western side, they're going to have a hard time fighting through Rosshawk with 3 other teams in there, 7.
Yeah, they definitely will. And what I'm going to be hoping here from Team QUESO is I think they just might try to back off. And actually, Alpha 7, with that north angle that they do have, they end up knocking one of the players from Team QUESO. So now Team QUESO not only has to worry about all the teams that are inside Rosshawk, they're also going to have to worry about Alpha 7, keeping an eye on them. Meanwhile, Loops setting themselves up nicely. And this is the thing with Loops, right? They set themselves up perfectly to see what the circle is going to be doing, and then it ends up benefiting them in a big, big way. You can see Alpha 7 just taking big control of that north, and I'm pretty sure once they figure out where this circle is going to be going, they're going to try to just state their claim on some part here, as they are currently, in a way, a little bit too split, at least for my liking. Meanwhile, Infinity, if we're talking about split, look at that. Infinity is towards the top, and talking about splits, Carrillo does end up getting knocked. The circle does end up to the north, and Revo now fully sending it to Korea, trying to pick him up.
Yeah, this is obviously like the second, like top 2 best spot right now, so they want to try to hold that down. That little Harry Potter tower there is huge. Knights, all right, what's Knights gonna do here? This is kind of a rough situation for them as well. They're in that southeastern side. They're gonna have to move. Loops moving as well. So many teams are gonna be in a pickle here, having a rough time trying to cross.
Yeah, I think Loops was thinking, okay, we're set ourselves up perfectly here. It has backfire. They're going to try to get into these vehicles. And it's going to be hard because Nice actually wants this fight. They don't want to have to worry about Loops later in the round. Later in this match. And you can see ATON now making a rotation too. I wonder if Knights really wants to continue on this fight. If there was ever a time, I think they could possibly at least eliminate 2 players from Loops. But I think they might end up backing off and just worry about how they're going to be breaching into the circle. VIVO going up against Rise. 2 players currently of Rise just backing off. One of the players is going to end up getting knocked. Rafinha ends up getting knocked too by Adrian. That's going to be 2 easy points right there for VIVO. Major points. And Mufasa is also going to be knocked. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to finish him off. Nino is the only player that can do something here for Rise. Meanwhile, VIVO is looking strong right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's see Adrian also getting that point. A lot of teams I should see here on the right side is kind of trying to be crossing right now. You see Extreme, you see Team QUESO just trying to cross at the moment. Those 2 small bridges are super contested at the moment.
They are going to be...
INCO.
Alpha 7 is going to be looking at some of these teams too. Knights made the push too. INCO under the bridge, being patient, being in a way the bridge trolls. Oh, influence CHEMIN too. Federal, they end up losing Federal. That's a big loss.
INCO some shots towards Furious Gaming right now. Kind of the trolls on the bridge, guarding the bridge right now. And also, by effectively doing so, they are guarding all of the water sides right now. Anyone trying to cross in the water, they're going to be taken out by them. Knights, in a good spot. INCO, ooh, that's a good amount of damage. Headshot onto GC guard from Loops. Furious Gaming also fighting.
This is going to be... I was going to say, this is going to end up answering a big question that I know Imperium had, is what is Loops going to be able to do when they don't get blessed by the stone and they're going to have to end up rotating? Well, guess what? We're getting a perfect example of what's currently happening. They do have a player knocked. They do have a player eliminated. It's just 2 players from Loops, and it's not looking good for him as Furious Gaming is looking to cause some pain here on Loops Esports and stop them from getting points and making that overall even closer. Adrian for VIVO hitting that 600 mark. And Nova Esports getting eliminated with 0 eliminations, and in that position too, they're gonna end up getting 0 points as well. Loops making a run for it here, and Furious Gaming just can they get this knock? They are gonna be able to get that knock right there. There's still just 1 player, if I'm not mistaken, alive for Loops Esports.
That circle went west as well. Happy times for all these teams on that northwestern side of the river. Furious Gaming, one of the teams that has already punched their ticket to PMGC, now just looking to get a little bit more chunk of change before going there.
Win map 5.
What?
Okay, I was looking at that prediction table. Who will win map 5? Juke said Alpha 7, Sandstorm said Execute, Imperium says Influence CHEMIN. We will have to wait and see. I'm enjoying the Alpha 7 pick.
Whoa, Choco. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's a backfiring for ATON Esports, and ATON Esports is going to end up losing a lot of players there. Not the best push, not the best third-party scenario that you wanted to see there. ATON Esports, they end up losing Choco and Sanhok. And now ATON Esports is just going to try to at least get some type of place.
Oh, INCO.
As Furious Gaming ends up getting one of the players knocks too. So much fighting that they've been having to do. It's going to be hard for Furious Gaming to survive that, but I think one of the players just barely makes it into the River Avenger.
That's crazy. Fran got that. He's going to get a drive-by though on the other side. Influence CHEMIN just sending it. A lot of teams are going to be in this other bridge here though, trying to boost, trying to heal as they do so. Just for fun, are welcoming Influence CHEMIN with open arms. Plenty of fun to be had right here. They did manage to survive. Shots are coming in though from Snovix. Are they going to be able to get that res off on Kowski though? That's the real question. Nope. Law is last player right now. Little boy gone down. Ooh, good shots there from Law. Can he get more? No. Shots from behind though. Oh.
Law's getting shot from the back. Oh. just for fun, shutting down Influence CHEMIN there. Imperium's not going to be happy about that prediction. Now, it comes down to Alpha 7 and Execute and some of the other teams. VIVO Kid, I mean, they do end up losing Cielo right there, or at least getting knocked. If they can pick him up, if they can somehow reset themselves here, they could continue to cause a lot of pain for some of the other teams. The team that currently has 7 eliminations is becoming harder and harder for Adrian, as a lot of teams are able to see that smoke and they're just going to be letting it rain down. Oh, that's exactly what's happening too. Adrian getting knocked. Alpha 7 just looking strong with the position that they were able to take, with the rotation that they were able to do earlier. It's looking good for Alpha 7. They're taking shots on everybody. Team QUESO, just for fun. It doesn't matter what your name is. It doesn't matter what logo you have, what region you're from. Alpha 7 is wanting to wake themselves up and at least get a chicken.
Oh my god.
Oh, what an
need to take away the cover there. Crazy scenes here from INCO. INCO, those shots here, execute Telly. Oh. Really good shots here. ATON out in 8th place. INCO 3 knocked. That is just so unfortunate there for INCO. They're going to be going down as well. I think Nenebete and Vito is just the last 2 players. Yeah, now Telly's going to be able to find Nenebete as well. And now the circle shifted again towards Alpha 7.
And Alpha 7 is going to have to hold off a lot of these teams that are going to come up behind them. But luckily for them, they do have that Wizard Tower. You can see Diego there getting eliminated by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 now with 4 eliminations. But this is going to be some of their best placement is if they can stay alive so far today. Jason 2 getting knocked there from Execute. Alpha 7 is just, the awareness of this team is amazing. It doesn't matter. And this comes down to what you were saying earlier too, Avenger. Every single player has so much skill that they can actually take into a fight and at least hold off a team by themselves. And that's exactly what we just saw out of Alpha 7 right there.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy to see they're able to play so well. And just completely execute them now. To QUESO, they look like they have been to completely recuperate from this situation here now. 4 players alive. They could be pushing up to infinity potentially. They are inside the circle. And right now, Alpha 7 is trying to make sure they're not pushing further. Alpha 7 also trying to execute the members of Execute. Teddy is going to be going down. Oh, yep, that's Carrillo with the barrel. Knights moving in on the northern side too here, 7.
Yeah, and great shots there from Carrillo, and you can see Execute also keeping an eye there on one of the players from INCO Gaming. Jason, currently the only player alive for Execute. Execute does have 6 eliminations, and now they're going to end up getting pushed by Knights. Knights has been super quiet so far this match. They have 0 eliminations. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be wanting to end it like this. There comes the grenade. Can he get it? Jason, he's going to be able to get some shots. Can he finish off Coops? He is going to be able to finish off Coops and get those 2 eliminations to his name. 3 total. Knights gets eliminated, 5th place with 0 eliminations, and for them, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about it because they lost those 2 players super early on. Now it comes down to Alpha 7. Can they hold off Team QUESO? And in a way, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of Team QUESO here. Getting a lot of angles out of them is just going to come down to the players. Hit your shots, win those 1v1s, and they could possibly be able to upset Alpha 7. And Team QUESO could possibly get their 2nd win today.
Yeah, that would be crazy if they're able to do so. Execute out. 4th place, 7 eliminations here. Revo able to find Papi Potro. Screamsu has to really try to do something about that. Now Mafioso taking some shots. Really good split here by Alpha 7. Really trying to hold out this Team QUESO push. The south circle though is huge, but it's only Screamsu inside. Screamsu finds Carrillo, but he can definitely get rest off here. Reyes and Ayala, they're going to have to move on that southern shift.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about in regards to Team QUESO being able to hold those angles. You saw what happened to Carrillo there. Carrillo is going to end up getting picked up. And Alpha 7 is now trying to figure out how are they going to be able to defend this. They do have that height advantage in a way. They do have to worry about Team QUESO pushing them. And with the new circle, they need to be careful because now they're going to be outside of this circle, and Screen Misu from Team QUESO is actually going to be inside. He has a lot of cover too. Team QUESO could possibly win this.
So 4 versus 3. Vero making a play with the boys from Alpha 7. That's a huge push right there. Okay, I like that. That's actually kind of a really offensive play by that, but it went a little bit too deep now. Mythic, can he make something happen? And he did. Alpha 7 able to close it out. That is just crazy. We've been talking so much about them and what they're able to do. And in this game here, with a really rough circle, they managed to get that northern shift here, 7.
They definitely did, and it wasn't easy for them. They had some crazy rotations that they had to do, and for Alpha 7, I mean, we might have blessed them. We're talking about how this team, yeah, they haven't been lucky on the first couple matches. They were going to be able to turn it around at some point. This is a team that had that potential, right, to get that win and also get a bunch of eliminations. That's exactly what they just did. Now they're kind of sending a statement, hey, we're still here, okay? We might have sucked a little bit on those first matches, but we're back, baby. And I'm pretty sure Hotchix is going to be happy about that one.
You know that's also one more for the Brazil tally with just one more game to go today.
4 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
That's crazy. All right, we're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to be back to the desk to see what they think about that one.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Okay, first one. Pachinki or pecado?
Pecado.
Pecado. Pachinki. Pachinki. ¿SKRL con mira del 4 o M416 con mira punto rojo? M4 con punto rojo.
I'm for 16 with the red dot.
La M4 con punto rojo. SKRL with 4 times.
Molotov or frag grenade?
Granada. Granada.
Frag.
Frag grenade. ¿Arma del 7.62 o arma de .45? 45 weapon. .45. 7.62.
45s.
Uzi or Thompson?
Thompson. Tommy. What's that, Thompson?
Always the Tommy.
I hit both, but Thompson.
Your boy gets the prediction right for the first time here in this tournament. Alpha 7 getting that chicken dinner on that one. I mean, hey, how could you blame them right there? They got that beautiful zone position. That split was just absolutely money. We got Miramar coming up next. We're living the good life over here.
Yeah, I mean, I got the Miramar filter glasses on this time around, so I'm ready.
Oh my god!
Now
you need to up your A game, Imperium, because this is very disappointing.
Look,
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Look, I've got a tie. I've got a suit on.
Okay.
You know, who needs funky looking glasses?
Nah.
You're just jealous.
He's jealous. He's jealous right there. Let's take a look at the
jealous.
match ranking. Of course, I got to give a little thank you to Diabolic there for that suggestion. Alpha 7 getting that chicken dinner, 30 points. As happy I am for this prediction. Dang, Brazil, they are dominating.
So good. So good.
Yeah, I mean, NA needs to step up here. I mean, yeah, Knights, yeah, you guys got a decent performance before, but you guys need to perform even more. Where's the NA region? They need to show up in this tournament, but because Brazil on day one, they're just absolutely destroying all the competition so far.
However, arguably, LATAM should be stepping up. We've seen only one chicken dinner from a LATAM team in the form of Team QUESO. Where's the other LATAM team? So, you know, if we're going to be harsh on NA, which we should be justifiably, we do need to be harsh on LATAM.
There's a lot of teams that we need to be harsh on here. It's day number 1 here. There's only 4 days in this tournament. You do not want to start off like the way some of these teams are right now. If they do have a chance, though, to still bounce back, right? We got 1 match left here to go. A big here performance can really make it a difference. You know, if you're able to get that 15 elimination chicken dinner, that's going to shoot you up the leaderboards big time. But then again, good luck because, like we said, 4 wins from Brazil, only 1 from LATAM.
Look, at the end of the day, you're dead right about that. Ending on a high note is such a big part of helping with that mentality aspect, right? We haven't really talked about it today because of the pressurized situation we're in. 6 games per day over 4 days. you're going to feel the heat, you're going to feel that pressure, you're going to be tested to the biggest capacity mentally. So if you can end that day on a high note, it can really relieve that stress.
I agree, but these teams should be used to these kind of tournament format by now.
Yeah,
I mean, you should be used to it because you had season 1 of America Championships. You had your own, respective PMPL for North America, for Latin America, for Brazil. Brazil was the only one that had a one-day final in their previous split, and they're showing up massively on the stage. So the other teams, the other regions need to show up. They need to step up, and they need to do it now.
Absolutely, I cannot agree anymore. Let's take a look at the top damage right here. 15 elimination chicken dinner, 30 points for Alpha 7. Absolutely massive. And look, as we look down the board here, we're starting to see kind of a trend happening here.
I'm so surprised that Execute only have the amount of damage they have, considering they took that gamble and it paid off. They should have done so much more with that.
I felt like they should have rotated a little bit earlier. Like you said, they had a very great position. So did Infinity, but the only team that actually used that position and managed to get into a really great one was Alpha 7. Infinity had complete control of the northern side of the zone, but just didn't manage to secure enough eliminations, didn't manage to secure enough points.
And it speaks for itself. You look at the team stats of Alpha 7 now. To kind of be a little bit harsh, they were coming into this game on only 23 points, down in 12th place, not where we expect to see Alpha 7. And even though they are historically a little bit of a slow-burning team, come on. Again, this is the PMPL Americas Championships, right? We should expect them to see them on top. This win, this dominating performance, is hopefully a sign of things to come across the next 3 days.
I'll tell you what, they may have been low on the leaderboards. They ain't no more. 30 points, one game, you are going up, my friend. Wow, that's a great way to start for them, or at least to finally get towards the finish here. Still got one more game here to go, and you know what? I think we got to talk about teams that really need to get these points, right? I am so shocked to see how Nova has performed so far. And you talked about it, Sandstorm, right? A team that you were looking at. ATON Esports, what is happening?
Look, honestly, that question should be pointed to the player that was pushing a full squad after getting one knock on his own. And then just instantly proceeding to jump out of the vehicle, taking a 1v2, 1v3 against players who were already in cover. I'm not sure what the decision-making behind that was, considering that it wasn't even towards the direction of the zone and where the shift was.
At the end of the day, Sandstorm, it was tier 2 level decision making, and it's been tier 2 level performance from both teams in this day 1. They've still got the amount of games left, but at the end of the day, we've got to call it as we see it.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the overall rankings right now. Team QUESO rising up to the top right here. I think we start to see, I saw a little kind of twitches from the heavier Imperium. Kind of surprising.
Look, Team QUESO, I have trust in them. I called them out at the start of the day, and good stuff.
I'm just looking at the 16th place here, and Nova with 6 points in 5 games. This is a team that basically, I believe, set the record for most eliminations in the most recent PMPL for North America. They were dominant on Miramar, and this is going to be the next map. This is the next game, and they need to show up with 20 points plus at least in this one if they want to compete, because this is the end of day 1. We're almost finished with a quarter of this tournament already, and they have 6 points only, and only the top 3 make it into the PMGC.
What was that I heard? I think that's the sound of Glitter Explosion dropping her acai bowl on the floor. I mean, she is fuming right now. I mean, Nova Esports, how could you let her down like this? Come on. We want to see it happen right here. By the way, we also want to see what you guys, test your PUBG Mobile knowledge a little bit. In the chat, go ahead and get that poll. See who gets it right there. Man. Absolutely insane. I am so shook to see Nova so far down here on the leaderboards, but there is one match left to go. Yeah. We can still see something happen. But like we just saw from ATON Esports, right? When you start getting desperate, when you start getting low on the points, you try to make something extra special happen. You can't do that. Not here in the PMPL Americas Championships. They is so unforgiving.
It is. However, what was it I said at the start of the day? It's not how you start, it is how you finish, right? And whether it's the last game of the day, as we've touched upon, whether it's the last game of the tournament, there is massive opportunity for Just for Fun, Nova, ATON, all the teams down in the kind of bottom, arguably the bottom 8, to pick themselves back up and fight for those PMGC spots.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it yourself, you know, Coach Imperium, we might need you to come back a lot more for Nova Squad here. They need a hell of a motivating speech to perform in this last game.
Don't come cheap.
Well, you know what? We got Miramar up next. Let's have some fun in the sun. One more time, let's take it on over to our casters.
I think Coach Imperium used all of that caster goodness when he mentioned about Team QUESO. Team QUESO currently in that first place. He's looking good. By the way, Imperium's looking really good with that suit, that tie. He's not jealous. That man looks like he's ready for a wedding.
Yeah, really gotta appreciate the casters and the guys on the desk, obviously. Coming straight off the wedding, they're already in the studio, you know, just straight off. Just having said yes, you know, it's great. No, they look great. And honestly, those shades, guys, make you look even greater. That was fantastic. Good to see from that. And obviously here, the last game of the day, 7, looking good, honestly. We're in Miramar, and yeah, the guys are right. They have been hammering a little bit on the NA teams. So far, it's only been Knights really showing up here. Otherwise, it's been pure Brazil and LATAM dominance.
Yeah, and I think in that last match, Execute was at least able to put up some kind of phase there for NA as they were able to move up on the overall too. But I think the big one has to be LATAM, as we're currently looking at this playing path straight down the middle. A lot of the teams are going to be able to go to where they usually go. And is Knights going to get contested this time in Picado? We'll have to wait and see. But going back to what I was saying in regards to LATAM, I feel like they also need to step it up in a big way. Team QUESO are currently putting up a great performance, but a veteran team, a team that Sandstorm was mentioning too, ATON Esports, in 14th place, that is quite shocking to see. By the way, huge shout out to that kid gaming. He did end up guessing the last team right, saying Alpha 7 was going to win the Erangel. So shout out to you watching on that YouTube chat. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL Americas. And if I'm seeing this right, I don't think anybody is going to be challenging Knights.
No.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Absolutely. That's great. Good plane path as well here, up from Tora and the northeastern side down towards Valdemar. That's really good. But that's a crazy circle. Holy, there's not a lot of teams that's going to be inside that first circle. We're going to be kind of in the center east of Los Leones. Really good. So I actually really love this area in general. But yeah, that's going to be some interesting rotations coming in. Again, Knights, they are just on the curve there of the circle, but they're going to have such an easy entry into getting deeper into the circle here, 7.
Yeah, they definitely are. Nova, usually a team that tends to be towards the south. I'm not seeing... I'm trying to actually see where Nova went. This is a team that I know a lot of us are kind of pushing them for. Oh, okay, I see them right now. Oh, okay, Nova. That's surprising.
Rice got an alien on INCO as well. I think they were trying to steal one of their cars, and they said, nope. Hacienda, get out of here. That's my car. And INCO is down to 3 members now. Unfortunate. Alpha 7 in El Paso. That's a long rotation again, 7. That's going to be unfortunate. They were eating the Mirado and just sending it out of there.
It is, but I think with Alpha 7, I mean, they had to do a long rotation earlier too, and they end up winning the match. Remember, they end up landing on a military base, and somehow magical rotation out of them. So if there was ever a chance, I think Alpha 7 might be able to make this in. It's going to be a lot harder. The terrain here in Miramar is not forgiving, and also a lot of the teams are going to be setting themselves up nicely, at least on top of some mountains, on top of some ridges, trying to see who's going to be rotating where. And you mentioned it too, Knights, I mean, it's going to be an easy rotation for them, regardless of where they want to go. And the big question becomes is, how fast is Knights going to want to rotate out of this, and where would they want to rotate, right? Nobody's challenging them. They pretty much have the rest of the circle open in a way. Would they go to Los Leones? Would they try to go and do some crazy rotation to Impala? Nobody challenging them in Picado still blows my mind.
Yeah, that's crazy. And now that it's kind of set in steel for this one, or set in stone even, it's definitely not going to be a challenge for the rest of the days here. That's really unlikely. And yeah, that's really questioning myself here. Like, how is Knights being able to get this? That's just crazy. 3 regions clashing. You know, that's just so unheard of that nobody's even trying to fight it. But yeah, definitely something happening behind the scenes. Maybe they intimidated all of the other teams. I'm like, yeah, boys, look at that. We dominated PMPL, NA, and now nobody's going to take Picado and Pachinki away from us. We're just going to be chilling in there alone. Otherwise, we're going to be killing you all the time.
Maybe tomorrow they might end up challenging, especially some of the teams that are towards the top, right? I would like to see Loops. Oh, as we see in Jaguar, taking down ATON Esports, a team that I was just mentioning. I wanted to see more out of ATON. This is not what I wanted to see, ATON. I did not want to see you getting knocked this early on and getting some of your players eliminated. And this is not how you want to finish the first day, especially for a team that's currently in 14th place out of 16 teams. You can see them, Fran, just deciding to leave as soon as possible. And now a lot of the other teams are starting to make those rotations into this circle. And if I'm seeing this right, Execute, Team QUESO, as well as Extreme Slayers are all pretty much in this area, and they're going to be fighting against each other. Is anybody going to end up knocking each other? We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there with that rotation.
If I was Knights, right, what I would say to everyone in this, like, in the player chat with all the IGLs kind of, you know, playing poker or who's going to get the drop spots, I would be saying, boys, we're qualified to PMGC. If anyone is coming into Picado Pachinki, we will be hot dropping you until you die. Every single game. We're going to be ruining your games. We're going to make sure you get no points because we're already going to PMGC and you're going to be fighting for a spot to PMGC.
Yeah.
It's kind of the intimidation strategy here. ATON, though, not intimidated by this push by Knights. That's a good amount of utility being used there and a good amount of damage being put onto Knights.
And Sanhok is going to try to just hold him off there with those nades. He was able to at least cause some damage earlier on Sanhok. Fran should be able to get at least some type of angle here. He's getting that grenade ready. You better release that as soon as possible as you were able to get spotted. Oh, they'll let them do this to you. Oh, Choco with the angle actually knocking out Tensa. Tensa getting eliminated right away. And now what looked like an aggressive play there from Knights, a dominant possible play from Knights, they had to end up backing off, and this is just exactly what happened earlier in the day for them too.
Exactly. ATON lost one, Knights lost one, and that's just unfortunate at this point right now. No one really benefiting from that. Now they kind of have to play a little bit salvage game from now on. Spec trying to get some more information. Again, this first circle here can be a really rough one. Still have some water on play. A lot of teams are setting themselves up in that center area. ATON and Knights fighting.
And ATON at least being able to get an elimination there for him. That's going to be huge. If not, I feel like Knights would have just ran right through them. And a lot of these teams, as they're currently able to look at where they're currently positioning themselves, they're going heavily to Los Leones and east of Los Leones as well towards Impala. I think they might be predicting that the circle to continue to have at least some water by Puerto Paraíso.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, what's the situation?
Knights just playing it super slow here now, trying to figure out what are we going to be doing. That totally backfired for us. You know what? We don't want to continue to go down the leaderboard here on day one. We do see Nova there on the horizon as well. And a lot of teams still trying to make it in. Team QUESO does end up making it in towards the south. They didn't end up having to fight Extreme Slayers or Execute. That's good to see. And another team now that's starting to make a rotation as well is going to be Influence CHEMIN and Infinity. And I wonder if those two teams are going to end up fighting. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 just taking it easy, you know, doing their West rotation, not worrying about anything in the world, trying to figure out where some of the other teams might be at.
Right, exactly. All right, Influence CHEMIN. What can you do right now? 48 points, 1 win on the board. There's a lot of points to be had to get up and catch up onto Team QUESO right now on 65 points. They're 17 points ahead of you. Spring champions.
I mean, if we look at Loops, I think it was after the third match, right? They had 50 points. Loops hasn't really been able to capitalize on that, a bit of a lead that they had earlier in the day, because in the past 2 matches, they've only been able to gather a total of just 8 points, which is going to make it even closer. I mean, Alpha 7 ended up moving, I think they were, if I'm not mistaken, in 12th place. They move all the way up to 4th place. That's what those 30-point games can do to you. And look at the circle here. Where are we going to be going? Are we going to be getting some kind of... Oh, okay. You know what? I'll take this. This is not as crazy as we thought it was going to be. A lot of the teams were able to predict that. And now Alpha 7 is going to be behind Execute, Stream Slayers, Team QUESO playing it super safe with their rotation. They're going to be able to set themselves up nicely as well. And now it comes down to those teams at the north. How are they going to be rotating in? We'll see longest elimination there. Toiko, actually, 400 meters. What else are we getting there? Oh, okay. Jaguar, Nova. Okay, yeah, that's good that you guys are on the leaderboard. You know what? Especially Nova. Yeah. I hope Nova showcases what their potential is, because when we were in North America, that team on week 2 absolutely destroyed. And I think a lot of viewers at home expected Nova to start doing really good here on America's Championship. And so far, Nova has been very, very lackluster.
Yeah, definitely a team that we're expecting great things of, especially their performance throughout the year so far has been crazy. Even Spring Championship, they did well, had a really good performance there. And in general, a team that we're expecting huge things for. They are guaranteed almost to have played top 2 in all the PMPL NAs, 2nd place in the last one. They're so far ahead of 3rd place, a force to be reckoned with for sure. So let's see what they're able to do in this last game here. And for the rest of the tournament, we're going to be having our eyes closely set on that for sure.
We definitely are. Those teams just taking it super, super slow. This is more of what I was expecting when we came to Miramar. Just waiting, teams trying to figure out where they're actually going to be setting up shop and waiting to see where the next circles are going to be doing. Miramar tends to be one of those maps. We either get a lot of action right at the start. If not, it's going to be mostly towards the end, and it's going to be a lot of action towards the end, especially if all these players and all these teams stay alive.
Yep, that's for sure.
Keeping an eye on there on Just for Fun. Just for Fun currently sitting in 15th place. I mean, we have 2 North American teams, 15 and 16. Come on, North America. I know this is not the showing you wanted to do. It is just first day, but boy, this is the end of day 1. This is not where a lot of these people were expecting them to be, especially Just for Fun. This was a team that performed so well in North America too. At least the first week, they were putting up records. I think in one day they ended up winning almost all the matches that they played in, which we just had not seen that before, at least in NA. But ever since then, they kind of disappear. Hopefully they can bring it back. It's going to come down to Nate and Trick. That's one of the top heavy fraggers for that team. Oh, Team QUESO actually knocking down Carrillo and being able to eliminate him. That's going to be big for them.
That's crazy. Just for fun. Zuko, some good shots. Oh my god, takes down Fernan from Furious Gaming. Is he able to also flush it? Didn't see that he was crawling a little bit right though, so he's half HP. Can he spot him? Rest of Furious Gaming trying to get in. No, I don't think so either. I think you're right. Circle's closing here. This is a big one. 7, the next one is really going to determine where we're going to be ending up. And this is kind of the last big macro rotation we see from the teams.
Where do you think it's going to go?
North.
Oh, let's go.
Huge.
You got it.
Los Leones, especially because here we have these really rough high ground rocks, and we have some insane fights around that. So a lot of teams can kind of play inside Los Leones, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Where we ending up is going to be rough, but the first teams to kind of take those center high ground rocks is going to have a huge benefit from having that. I actually ended up losing one player, Furious Gaming.
I was going to say, Just for Fun actually ended up flushing out that player from Furious Gaming, which is good to see. I thought they weren't going to be able to, but it's nice to see that they were at least able to get that extra point in regards to eliminations. And now it becomes a waiting game and a patience game, and hope and see that somebody tries to push you. And actually, you know what? Talking about it, Kine is getting knocked right there as Nova was able to knock another player. I wasn't able to see the team name right there. I think it was somebody from VIVO Keyed. Nova not in one of the greatest spots here, as they do have 2 players knocked. They will be able to reset those 2 players. But the only problem with this is we've seen it over and over again, at least today. You don't want to stay too long on this type of fights. You don't want to stay exposed for too long, because those teams are going to make a push, and that's exactly what Rise is now deciding to do. Here comes pushing right. Shifan actually playing for Nova Esports. He's going to be able to get a knock right there with that grenade. That is good to see out of Shifan, a player that we expect a lot out of. Good to see that he's able to help out his team. That was going to be his only nade, though. Now he's going to have to switch it up. He's going to go for it. Oh, he does end up getting knocked. And that's going to make Shifan, but Shifan doesn't even want to stop. He wants to keep on pushing. The other players from Nova are going to start pushing in. This is going to be huge. If Nova can actually win this, this could be changing of what they do in that overall leaderboard. Shifan just trying to find an angle here on somebody from Rise. They do have 2 players knocked. Now they're getting shot from the back. He's able to just sneak inside. And Mufasa is going to be able to get that knock on Shifan right there, Avenger.
Yeah, that's huge. Massive play by them here. Can he be turning this around at this point? Rise in a rough situation. A lot of smokes are being deployed here. Utility being thrown. Doesn't connect anything.
It's going to be a reset here from both of those teams.
Yeah.
They're giving each other enough time.
Is there going to be coming a third party from any of the other teams? You saw a knock on one end. That's some Molotovs now. They're closing off the rooms one by one. Could they get one more here at this point?
That could be a big grenade there.
That's a good nade, yeah.
Be able to knock.
Oh, look at that. The Rise is pushing on. They're going to be coming around. Rin's going to get the Mufasa, and now Ninjo's going to try to get one more. Trades one, gets down one more, gets one more down. Ninjo gets both Rin and Kindness. And now Shifan is the last player.
It's going to come down to a 1v1. Can Shifan knock this off the park? He's not going to be able to, and it's going to give enough time for Rafinha to actually get this heal. We're talking about third parties. Rafinha's actually going to go for it. He's going to try to find some players. He might get surprised there from the back. Oh, Shifan clutching it off for Nova Esports. As I thought Rafinha was going to be able to just turn around and smack him, he was not able to. Shifan winning that big play, and now you were talking about it. We've been talking about it. The third party was coming. Influence CHEMIN looking to just get some easy points right here, as Nova Esports is going to be on the fence, trying to get some heals, trying to pick up that player. Influence CHEMIN throwing nades. We saw some Molotovs as well. Here's going to be coming to push. I think he just might give them enough time for Rin to be able to get up. He is going to be able to get up. Can he get some heals off? Shifan not fully healed, but we have seen what he's been able to do. Influence CHEMIN, I actually don't like that they're using so much utility here when they really don't have to. They have the numbers, they could go for it. They should have gone for it earlier. They're giving Nova Esports way too much time to reset a little bit. And those nades, I mean, at some point, you got to stop throwing them. Yeah, especially after you throw 3 and nothing happens. Oh, actually, you know what? Hey, maybe the 4th one is the lucky one. Now it's going to come that push for Shifan. Shifan is not going to be able to hold him off. Influence CHEMIN does end up eliminating Nova Esports. And now it comes down to Influence CHEMIN having to watch out, make sure they don't end up with third party.
Yeah, 5 eliminations though for Nova, almost doubling their points in just one game here. That's kind of crazy. Had a really rough one, but yeah, didn't get the ball rolling just today. Hopefully we'll see some more great things for them tomorrow. Now Influence CHEMIN, they're going to be moving. New circle has popped. We are going even further north here towards La Padita.
They are going to be going north. We saw one player there from Team QUESO. Papi Potro is knocked. One player as well. Coops currently knocked from Knights. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to get him up, being such a caliber player, such a skilled player for their team. There you go. They are able to pick him up. Now Team QUESO, Ayala. We saw what Ayala was able to do, and we know that Team QUESO is going to be looking to at least get some close range fights here in Miramar and in any other map, as they do. They're going to be pretty much carrying that secondary shotgun every single time. So if they can get a little bit closer to their team, it's going to benefit them in a big way. Alpha 7 Revo being able to knock a player there from Jaguars, and here comes push. Federal, can he knock the player from Team QUESO? He is going to be able to, and he's going to be able to finish them off too.
Yeah, that's Lil Boy getting screams to from Team QUESO. They're going to have to reposition though. Nice to see on the right side here, Team QUESO. More shots are coming in. Ayala outside in the blue here. Influence CHEMIN looking to get more out of this. Kayovsky able to get down Coops. Federal confirming that one. More utility being deployed. Sanhok, last player from Knights here. Kind of a rough game in the last one. Can he get something more out of this? Federal driving straight towards him. Kayovsky's going to be taking some shots, taking fire a lot. Potentially could be going down for this though. That's a good amount of shots there for Sanhok. Gets Kayovsky now going more on the offensive.
He needs to be careful. Federal's actually going to be going for the angle. Might be able to get... Oh, what a shot from Sanhok right there, being able to tell Federal sit down. And ultimately, though, Influence CHEMIN is just too much, but what a shot. I think they are going to be able to pick up Federal. Oh, what it could have been there for Sanhok.
Yeah, that's crazy. ATON looking to try to close this one out. This circle, though, is a wild one. That shift literally only has Infinity and Extreme Slayers inside. That is crazy.
Oh, Team QUESO getting eliminated too.
Yeah.
Only going to be able to pick up 2 points there from this map, which is going to make that top even closer.
Yeah, we're down to 11 teams here. 32 players remaining. Half has been taken out. ATON with a good high ground position in this situation here.
He stopped moving.
Oh, loops. And Influence CHEMIN fighting. VIVO Stars down left of them. All has to move.
If ATON stays patient here, they might be able to actually third party this fight and get loops rotating out. Oh, there you go. They're already doing it too. They have the height advantage. They have the sights for it, so might as well wait. Just go for it. At one point, his Influence CHEMIN just going to decide to get out of here. Who will win map 6? Hot Juice got Furious Gaming, Imperium Infinity, Sandstorm's got
Influence CHEMIN. Yeah. Interesting.
I don't know, boys.
Yeah, it's gonna
Anything
be
can happen here. This is a crazy
Furious
circle.
Furious Gaming could definitely take it home here. They have that last compounder while everyone else is fighting on the north side. Alpha 7 right now, opening up the door. Mythic inside that circle, putting out a lot of damage. Now Furious Gaming here, Milos. Oh, that's a lot of free points right there. Yeet, that's mine, Mrs. Milos. Good stuff here. 2 LMs for Furious Gaming. Another team that's already punched their tickets for PMGC from Latin America.
Sandstorm continuing on that curse there. He picked CHEMIN, and as soon as he picked him, they ended up just getting some of their players eliminated and actually getting eliminated there in 8th place. VIVO now trying to figure out how they're going to be rotating out of this. Here comes the buggies. Are they going to try to push on Furious Gaming, or are they going to continue straight? I think they're going to try to just continue straight and not take any fights right now. And so far it's working. Actually, they are going to try to gatekeep here. Furious Gaming, this might end up working for them.
Oh, good shot.
It's actually really, really nice. Furious Gaming losing a player right there. VIVO, McGrelin now going for the push. Wonderful
Diego.
split, and now Diego having to worry about ATON Esports Choco. We've seen Choco being able to do some clutch plays too, trying to see if he can get a cheeky angle under that car. I don't think he's going to be able to.
Oh, Diego has
He's just got a lot harder there for VIVO.
Cielo just got knocked as well. Diego's the last player. He has to finish this off. That's a good Molotov. That's them down. That is VIVO Stars out. They had an unfortunate push and got caught in. Kind of pinched maneuver from ATON and Furious Gaming. Unintentional, but really well played by them. That's what happens when you kind of get caught in the middle of a fight. You want to be the one with your backs free, and they just weren't here in this situation. Choco able to get a few from that, and they get a little bit more. Potentially could keep Furious Gaming from this circle here. The next circle did go kind of north and away from them. Alpha 7 Infinity and is inside.
Yeah, and I feel like that definitely came down to scouting there. VIVO looked like they were about to do an amazing play with that 2-2 split. Little did they know, ATON Esports Choco was right there, just waiting patiently for them. Furious Gaming at least staying with 2 alive. And just for fun, currently with 4 eliminations, they're trying to get out of that 15th place that they're currently on. They gotta watch out though. One player of Infinity is still around, and also Revo is gonna be the only player from Alpha 7 still alive. This is gonna actually be massive for them. With Loops being eliminated, with Team QUESO being eliminated, it's gonna make that top overall just even closer. And somehow, some way, this is gonna sound even crazier too after I say it. Alpha 7 could possibly end up 2nd place after the awful performance that they had at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, that's crazy. Also talks to how close the top of the leaderboard is at the moment. And also with their insane game, 15 elims and the chicken dinner, that's 30 of their 53 points in the 5 games. So definitely the other games were rough. Infinity, 3 alive, only 2 elims right now. Kind of rough situation for them. A lot of teams are kind of hurt, but just for fun should be looking to take this one home with being the only team that has 5 alive. Infinity 3.
Just before, with those 4 players alive, we're going to be looking to try to see if they can clear somebody. We saw one of the players actually outside the circle too, trying to see if they could spot anybody from Infinity trying to be cheeky. And that's exactly the fight that we're going to be seeing here between Infinity and Just for Fun. Just for Fun still trying to stay focused on what's currently around them. They know somebody's going to be up there. Are they going to start using that utility? They're playing it, honestly, with what they're currently having to do. They're playing it super smart here, just for fun, not taking any risks, just waiting to see what the other teams are going to be doing. They know some of the other teams are going to have, the solo especially, right now, fighting at Revo and Choco. They know they're going to have to rotate at one point, and Revo actually gets eliminated by Infinity. Look at that. Sohan. Now moving up to where Revo was and seeing if he can somehow get an angle here. Nate being able to knock somebody there from Infinity. Choco is waiting this out perfectly. He might be able to third party or at least try to get some extra points via elimination for his team. And I think this is gonna go for Just for Fun as they now have the circle. Choco's gonna be trying to snake it out. Infinity just waiting patiently, trying to figure out, waiting for that TT player to just heal up and make a push. And they don't even know that Hayuya from Extreme Slayers is just waiting it out too. He's trying to get some placement points.
So, and with their utility, need to try to deploy some to have something to play off the Y. So they're going to have an awfully good Rich to play off of here just for fun. Question is, does Zuko know that there's players on that southern side? Or are they too focused on trying to defend this off Infinity? Shoko could potentially be finding Hayuya. Once he get off this kind of high ground ridge, he has to get into this next circle, and now he's going to be moving.
And I think Choco's going to be moving behind that rock that was in front of him and try to spot anybody that's making that rotation. Hayuya, yeah. Beat the Dark Horse too, even though he has been quiet. He's being able to get a knock there with the nade. That's going to be massive. And I was talking about it, Choco is going to be able to have the high ground. He's going to be able to just cost a win here on Infinity, being able to get at least 2 players eliminated here for Infinity. That's going to be massive. And Hayuya, if he doesn't end up moving, he might end up getting spotted by Choco, like you were mentioning.
Oh my God.
My goodness. Choco just absolutely destroyed Infinity by himself with a little bit of help of Hayuya. And now, can Hayuya somehow pull this off? Just for fun, being able to get the win for North America, the 15th place team. Getting that chicken dinner, they played that so well. They waited for the perfect time, and he ended up working out. It couldn't have worked out any better with Choco finally deciding to move, getting behind that rock, and destroying Infinity as Infinity was trying to make that push. The worst, just for fun. Wow.
That's just crazy, honestly. They had a rough day so far, but you know, just with a little bit of circle off and being in the right spot and right aggressive and a little bit of help from ATON, you're able to clutch this one out here. Huge play from ATON Choco there to be able to grab those extra aliens and points their way. That was huge. Honestly, crazy day, crazy circles in general. Nobody has gotten 2 chicken dinners just yet. The question is, how long are we going to have to wait until we see a double?
I don't think we'll have to wait long, especially tomorrow coming in. We saw what Alpha 7 was able to do earlier in the day. We also saw how the Brazilian squads are currently looking. I think if anybody is going to end up repeating, it's going to end up being those Brazilian teams. And remember what Coach Imperium said earlier too. It's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And right now, just for fun, it's going to be happy about how they finish. But you know what? I'm intrigued to see what the casters and what the analysts have to say after this break.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Let's go, baby! And finally, North America pulls out a chicken dinner, and it's just for fun. I mean, hey, I'm gonna say I saw it coming. I know 7 may not have seen it coming because, you know, he's maybe stuck in the past, you know? I know what I'm talking about.
Wow.
I'm talking about that, right? But wow, what a great performance there for none other than Just for Fun. Hey, I mean, a great position. They were really low on the leaderboards. We talked, right, about how much these teams at the bottom needed a good game. Just for Fun did just that.
Yeah, look, they got the dub in the end, and it was certainly factored with some great solo play from Choco. You had the BTR Rising play from Juyuya. It was just those little bits made things so much easier for Just for Fun. I really thought Infinity had it.
Yeah, you really did. But I mean, we did touch on the fact that these teams need to perform. Yeah, you're very good for ATON Esports. We even brought up one of their comparisons as well in the previous game. I called it, and they did not disappoint in this game. They didn't disappoint whatsoever. But the other team, on the other hand, Nova, 0 placement points, but 5 eliminations. Yes, I mean, me and Imperium were talking about this before. They managed to get a squad wipe, but there were still 2 or 3 other teams around those compounds. They were just getting third-partied left, right, and center. They had no chance whatsoever to recover. Even though they managed to get the revive, actually, there was too many nades. So many.
I'll tell you what, if you even look like you're bleeding for just a little second, right? These teams are coming after you, and they're coming after you hard. And hey, Nova, 5 points. Hey, at least they kind of doubled their points for the day.
Yeah. Honestly, and I know you're kind of saying that in a little bit of a funny way, but I really do regard that as a step in the right direction. Genuinely, Rise are not an easy team to get the better of, right? And by no means are Rise playing the best. They lost Mythic, and I think that was kind of the big power player of the team, and they've looked at shadow of their former selves. However, Rise are here.
You're talking about Nova, okay?
I know.
You're talking about a team that constantly showed up as 2nd or 3rd in their respective region. They were 2nd when it comes to PMGC points throughout the entire year. We expect better from them in this stage, at this stage of the year.
You're mentioning things that have happened in the past, right? This is the present, this is day one, and I'm kind of looking at the silver lining.
Okay. You know what? We got to be a little optimistic, right? But I'll tell you what, Team QUESO, they are feeling really optimistic right now. 68 total points. They are going to be the champions here of day number 1. Alpha 7 pulling up in 2nd place. I mean, heck, Brazil coming up really big, but LatAm gets the last laugh.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, when it comes to predictions, all your predictions missed, Imperium, but the first one you said, one of the teams that you wanted to touch on at the beginning of the broadcast was Team QUESO. 68 points throughout day 1. Not a huge lead with 3-point difference between them and Alpha 7, but still, pretty good start to the day for the regions.
And I love the fact that the top 5 have all been kind of chicken dinner winners, right? The only one that's missing is Just for Fun, who boosted themselves up to 13th place. And you may think, oh, it's still 13th place. Look how close they are to 9th place, Hot Jukes. That's only 9 points. That's nothing when you take into the fact there's still 18 games.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, that was one that they really, really needed, because if they didn't get that chicken dinner right then and there, they would have been so behind on the leaderboards. Exactly. I mean, they are prospectively right now, but they're catchable, right? A good couple games tomorrow, and they can get it done here. But now, you know, Nova, they have dug one heck of a hole for themselves that they're going to have to dig out here in these next few days, you know. And the Knights, they're in 8th place as well. Tomorrow is going to be, I think, one of the most important days of this tournament. They have to perform well. Otherwise, that hole may be just too big to beat themselves out of. What do you think?
Well, I mean, we didn't really see them get any chicken dinners. They managed to get a couple of decent placements, but we talked about this before. 4-day tournament, 24 games. Every single one of those games, every single one of those days counts. And you have to show up on every single one of those games if you want to show what you're truly made of. And this is what all these teams are made of. We're seeing 6 matches and 6 different winners by the end of the day, guys.
Yeah, absolutely here. You love to see just an absolute dominance from Brazil here at the start, you know. But we did see a chicken dinner from at least all the regions at least once.
And this is so good for me because when I look back at PMGC last year, to me, the Americas region disappointed in a big way. Alpha 7 wasn't really anywhere to be seen. We talked about ATON as well, right? And to see this level of competition where you have 6 different winners shows that all of these teams, whether they've already booked their spot into PMGC from their respective regions or not, want to win, want to fight, want to claim that #1 spot, and of course that juicy prize money for first place.
Yeah, of course, you're talking about $23,000 for that first place prize, and of course we got that $1,000, of course, for that MVP.
Yeah.
Big money indeed. But you know what? We're talking about, hey, the opportunity that these teams have to catch up, right? Now, we do have 24 games, like you did mention, right? But day #1, I think, was so critical. And this stage, these teams are not going to give you a chance. If they take that lead, they are keeping that lead 100%. Am I right?
You are right, but also the evolution between day 1 and day 2, whether it's a short format tournament or a long format tournament, is always going to be there. The next 18 hours is critical, right? Yes, Shifan was playing for Nova, but he's also the coach. He's going to be VOD reviewing. He's going to be going through the players of what needs to be done coming into tomorrow.
Well, it looks like we got the amazing opportunity to talk to one of our players right here. Let's go ahead and bring it up. Brother, how are you feeling here after day #1?
Very good.
Very good, man. Your team QUESO absolutely performing and dominating here. So first place, you know, you do have a little bit of lead. What is kind of your thoughts going into day #2?
Ay, no entendí.
No entendí.
I don't understand. Repeat.
Okay, I'll repeat it for you guys. Right? Okay, how do you feel about day 1? We'll start there.
¿Cómo nos sentimos por el primer día? Algo así.
Very good, bro.
Very good. All the players feels good.
Hey, let's go, right? Now, did you have a team that really kind of gave you guys trouble? ¿Tienen una jugador? Go ahead. I'll let you guys do it.
No, iba bien. Very good. Iba bien.
Did anybody give you any trouble?
Muy faster.
Did one of the players give you guys any trouble at all?
No entiendo, loco. Espérate. Wait a minute.
It's okay. I've asked the headphones on over.
Repeat the question.
We're going to interview the entire team.
We're going to interview the whole squad right here, right?
I think the whole organization.
Did you feel like any team gave you guys a lot of trouble here during this day 1?
Si te dio problemas algún equipo durante este día.
No.
All right. Okay, here. So, you have any questions here, Barry?
Yeah. If they can understand, one thing I noticed about Team QUESO, about your performance, is you played very intelligently in how you rotated. Was this done on purpose?
Que algo que notó es que jugaron muy inteligentemente en la zona como por fuera de rotación. Si esto fue algo a propósito, si esto fue algo pensado o no.
¿Qué puedo decir? Seguimos manteniendo nuestro juego de la final de PMPL.
We have our own strategy from. We keep our strategy from PMPL.
Sandstorm, got a question?
Honestly, I want if you can give me a little bit of an insight as to what were you guys thinking when you made the rotation from the Eastern Bridge in military base in Game 3 when you got that chicken dinner? What made you make the decision to move away from the bridge and then get into the zone?
Está hablando sobre el puente de la tercera zona, creo que fue, o no, de la tercer mapa que nos llevó al pollito. ¿Cómo le digo?
Se puede decir en español. Dígelo en español.
¿Se puede decir en español?
Dale.
Hola. Lo hubieras dicho antes, yo gastando mi inglés acá.
Pásale, dale.
Ya. Sí, pues entrenamos mucho eso y estudiamos.
Okay, so they did study a lot.
¿Cómo?
se estudió bien, ya seguimos, pero en el juego número 3, cuando se fue el mapa para Military, right? ¿Qué es? La pregunta se hace con todos sus jugadores cuando se llevó, ¿cómo dije? El bridge. I play PUBG Mobile in English, guys. Okay.
No,
so,
estudiamos mucho.
Okay, cuando se estudió todos los juegos, ¿cuál es el team que se estudió más de todos esos? Which squad did you study the most from all the other ones?
Ooh, good question.
Todos.
You did all the studying. Well, it paid off here, right? It paid off here for day number 1. Thank you so much for getting the ataque. Gracias para todos. Y ganar buen día.
Nos vemos.
Viste el próximo día. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wow. What a wonderful interview.
God you can translate.
Translate. You know, the thing is that I need to start playing more PUBG Mobile in Spanish right here.
You do.
Yep.
Maybe if you hit them up, you'll be able to get a game.
Maybe that's what I need to go doing here. I need to get back to the roots. Get back to the roots right there. But hey, you know what? Team Kessel get a great chicken dinner there for match number 1. You know, well, for the day number 1 in general. You know, some of these other squads, they have put themselves in a hole like we've mentioned over and over and over again here. But tomorrow, right, as we could see, Alpha 7 is going to be our MVP here for the day. And 14 eliminations. You know, he's feeling himself.
It was a great performance from Revo. Alpha 7, they took a little bit longer, but by game 3, as a team, they looked a lot stronger.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look through the highlights exactly how he managed to get those 14 eliminations. But very good numbers to start off for day 1 for the Americas Championship for Alpha 7. They're still also in the top 5 when we're looking at the overall ranking, so they're still pretty close to compete for that title as well. And Revo getting those numbers, getting those eliminations, getting that damage throughout the first day, definitely a huge boost to the team's morale, I feel, at the end of day 1.
Absolutely, indeed. You know, the Alpha 7's got to be feeling themselves because they definitely put up some big eliminations. They are a little bit behind on the leaderboards, but hey, we still do have a lot of matches left to be played. A couple good chicken dinners, and they are definitely catching themselves back up here. Now, out of all the teams that we saw here today, okay, which one stood out to you the most? Besides, obviously, our leader, Team Queso, right? What do you think it is?
Oh, man. God, see, Team Queso,
you could take Team Queso.
It's going to be Nova Esports. In an unfortunately negative way. I still hang on to the silver lining of that final game squad wipe. But yeah, they really fell hard today.
What do you guys think? You know, make sure you go ahead and add us and use that hashtag PMPL Americas to kind of join that conversation as well. Still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played here, and things can change at any moment. And I want to know what you guys think. What's going to happen tomorrow? Put your prediction hats on and let us know. Because, I mean, man, it's going to be a big one. Be a big one for sure.
I mean, second day, I want to see which region is going to be the one that dominates the tournament, because we've seen Brazil completely blow everyone out of the water here. 4 chicken dinners for the Brazilian region. And they, like we said, they already have 2 teams that are going to be representing them in the PMGC. So we could be seeing even more Brazilian representation on the international stage if this performance keeps on showing up.
So you could say today was a pretty nutty day. A Brazilian nutty day.
Oh God, I know. I swear to God, he can't let us have one day of peace.
Hey, you know what? It is what it is. But thank you guys so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. Again, I'm your host, Todd Jukes. We will, guys, see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Mark your calendars. And again, tell your friends. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.